Welcome, everybody, to the Tilted Lawyer podcast. I am joined, not yet by Ileana Clone Rosa, super lawyer, up-and-coming superstar in Southern California. But I'm also joined by Melissa Pacheco. Ileana's on her way. She ran into Inland Empire traffic. What could you say? You know, you moved to the Inland Empire to get away from traffic because of LA and all, but
yes,
here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, so welcome everybody in the chat. I'm going to probably need, Lulu, that's okay if you're lubricated. I'm making you a mod just because you're always here and I trust you. Yeah. Okay. So I have a lot to say about this case. Miss Jane Doe, we will call her. Now, look, I know that everybody knows what her name is, and in the chat, everybody's saying what her name is, but in the court documents that have been released, her name has been redacted, and so I will respect the fact that her name is redacted and try to refer to her as Jane Doe. So listen, I was at the gym yesterday, and I was listening to Dave Neal's podcast because I was trying to get some insight into what was going on with this case. And the reason why is because there's been a few of you that have reached out to me directly that say, hey, you should contact Dave Neal. He's being sued by these people for defamation and harassment. I was actually contacted by Jane Doe herself. She sent me an email, and I will share with you what she said to me. I listened to Dave Neal's podcast, and I heard my name pop up, and I'm like, what? I was literally doing dips or something, and then started talking about the Tilted Lawyer. And, I actually had a really nice phone conversation with Mr. Neal. Definitely not David. He goes by Dave. I was trying to be respectful when I referred to him, but he really hates it. He goes by Dave. His name is Dave. And, of course, what is her name? JD. Her lawyer's name is David Gingras. I've been in contact with him as well. So, Laura, she emails me. I got an email in response to me telling somebody from a supporter of Clayton Echard that I was going to be looking into this case and doing a deep dive. And within maybe, I posted something on my community page basically stating that, yeah, I'm going to be covering this case, it looks like. And then I get maybe 4 hours later an email from Laura, from Jane Doe herself. And this is what she told me. She says, my name is Jane Doe. I'm reaching out regarding the situation involving Clayton Echard, as I am the woman who has the paternity case against him. I saw your interaction with Dave Neal on Twitter. Now, I never had an interaction with Dave Neal on Twitter. So right away, I know that this is a boilerplate email that probably gets sent to a lot of people. But she says she saw an interaction I have with Dave Neal, who I'd never heard of David Neal. I apologize, Dave. I've never heard of Dave Neal before, really, Tuesday. And honestly, when I heard his name, I thought that he was, he's a community. I heard him on Joe Rogan. He's definitely never been on Joe Rogan, at least as far as I know. That wasn't the same guy I was thinking of. Dave Neal is a comedian / journalist who has been following this case closely, really probably since its inception. And he has been the subject of targeted litigation. So far, there has not been a lawsuit filed against him, but there has been basically an injunction against harassment filed against him, and I don't really know what's going on with that. But I have been told by Jane Doe herself that her attorneys are preparing a lawsuit against him for essentially harassment is what it would be. So this is what Jane Doe said to me. She says, for the last 9 months, Neal has been obsessed, fixated on my personal life, creating a relentless smear campaign against me between his daily YouTube videos, twice daily podcast, and daily Patreon live streams. He has produced hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of content about me. His behavior has crossed well into harassment, and it's been flagged by the LA District Attorney as odd and vexing, which means nothing. And by the way, I've practiced in LA County. I've had experience with the LA District Attorney, and at no time have they ever formally made a finding of behavior being odd and vexing. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But I took it in jest because, I don't know who this lady is, and I didn't know who any of these people were until Tuesday. Dave Neal had made mention that I feel like the Tilted Lawyer is just a guy. He's probably a dad. He's got his own law practice. He says he doesn't know anything about the case, which is exactly what happened. I am a dad. Matter of fact, my daughter just graduated high school on Wednesday. And so in the midst of trying to prepare myself for that, which I was not ready for, the prospect of my daughter no longer being a child, essentially. She just turned 18 this month.
Yeah.
High school graduation, all in the same month, within a couple of weeks of each other. And so here we are. I've been going through that. And then this case drops on my lap. And I was intrigued. I was kind of on the fence about covering it, but when I got this email from Jane Doe, I was like, oh, I'm definitely covering it now. I'll explain why. So she says that Neal's followers have become disturbingly cult-like, echoing his every word and action. He's now encouraging them to mass email media outlets, including yours, with a narrative filled with distortions about my life and legal matters. I'm reaching out to set the record straight on a few things that he had his fans put in an email template to you and other members of the media. So this is what she says. She has 4 points. Number 1, harassment claims. Neal's email falsely claims I have filed a lawsuit for harassment against him, which is technically true. She has not filed a lawsuit for harassment, but she definitely filed a motion for a protective order in Maricopa County, which is not a lawsuit. It's a motion for a protective order.
In Arizona.
In reality, I've only sought an injunction against harassment due to his relentless, invasive behavior. Number 2, her second point, identical allegations. The narrative suggests I've made identical allegations against 3 other men, which is completely untrue. Except for Clayton, all my relationships involved mutual acknowledgement of sexual intercourse, and I even dated 2 of these men for over 2 years each, and for a year after the pregnancies. Initially, Clayton acknowledged our intercourse, which was not consensual, and the resulting pregnancy. However, after I went public with the pregnancy details, he changed his story, claiming only oral sex occurred to discredit me. I have a lot to say about that. So I've went back and watched the hearings. There was a hearing on October 6th, which is essentially an ex-parte hearing with the judge. Clayton was not present at that hearing. Jane Doe I believe she was self-represented at that time, and she made her allegations of harassment and everything, and that was granted temporarily. They had a hearing about 17 days later on the 23rd of October, where it was a full-on evidentiary hearing.
Everybody present.
Yeah, I had a lot to say about that, and I'm going to highlight a portion of the testimony that specifically references the sexual encounter that they had back in May. That comes from her testimony. Clayton was there to testify about it. They had this exchange, and then her attorney, at like the stupidest time, stupid because I wanted to keep going, lodges an objection. Your Honor, this is irrelevant. This is about harassment. We don't need a play-by-play of the sexual encounter. And the judge, who looked to me to be like 90 years old, agreed. To be fair, he seemed like a really nice judge. I would love to practice in front of that guy. I don't know if he's 90 years old. He looked like he was older. But I think that he got a lot of objections regarding the evidence wrong in that hearing. Anyway, they ended up granting this protective order. So, number 3, her third point about the ultrasound allegations. There are claims about a fabricated ultrasound with Clayton that had a Fiverr logo, and they are baseless. Also, there has been no forensic search of Clayton's or my devices. Now, mind you, I'm just getting this email and I'm reading this stuff. It means nothing to me. I've never heard of this case. I don't watch The Bachelor. I've never heard of Clayton Echard. I have not followed this case on any regard. And so I'm just, oh, all of this sounds interesting. So this is based my first reaction. So when I'm hearing these things and these allegations, I'm like, you know what? I need to read the evidence. I need to see what's going on in court and just figure all of this out. Now, luckily for me, the judge came out and made some rulings. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, that kind of summed up very nicely where we're going with this evidence. And I'm going to go through a full rundown. I'm kind of waiting for Ileana to get here. She's supposed to be here now. Matter of fact, that might be her. No. Oh, yeah. Pause on the intro for now. And by the way, we're doing this show live, and so all of you that are here live are going to catch all of the bloopers. We normally do like a polished, edited version where Dominic puts his producer skills to task and makes this show look really nice and pretty. Makes me sound good, and everybody. But we're doing it live, and so you're going to hear all of the hiccups and everything, but you're going to get my real live reaction to some of this stuff. So her fourth point, family court involvements. Contrary to Neal's claims, the only family court case I have been involved in pertains to Clayton, challenging Neal's portrayal of me as frequently litigious in family court. Well, that's not true, because she attached in this email another family law petition that was filed in September of 2020 against a gentleman by the name of Michael Maraschini. It was a it was a request to renew a restraining order. It was granted, but it involved a family law case, so that statement by itself is incorrect, which is neither here nor there. So to provide some clarity, here's a couple of video clips. She sent me video clips from Clayton's deposition, but then she asked me not to share about it, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to talk about that. She says, additionally, I am sharing medical documents that confirm the pregnancy and restraining orders against those involved in this smear campaign with Neal. One of these men, Michael Maraschini, suffocated and strangled me, leading to the development of epilepsy. At 27, I was accepted into the Domestic Violence Brain Injury Program at Barrow Neurological Institute, a unique grant program in the United States. These are not good men, and I have never sought money from any of them. In fact, I tried to give Clayton money in the form of a commission. He was my realtor, and I signed offers on 2 properties with him, totaling $1.1 million, which he never submitted for unknown reasons, which to me, you're not giving him that money. It seems to me like money that he would have earned from a real estate transaction, but I guess we're splitting hairs. He had no reason to think I wasn't going to follow through, considering that he submitted proof of funds showing more than $425,000 in the bank. And again, she says not to share any of these deposition clips, and I'm not going to. And then now here's where the case piques my attention. I've been practicing law now for over 10 years, going on 11, and I know what protected speech is, and I know what a low-level shakedown is, which is kind of what I interpreted this next paragraph to be, which is, additionally, I noticed you posted my photo on your community page on YouTube, which I do not appreciate, because that photo was copyrighted by the photographer. Okay. Even though it's been disseminated, to thousands and thousands of media outlets, and she is herself a public figure. Fine, fair. I also do not have a Wikipedia page. The justice I had referenced on my community page that, hey, so I don't know anything about this case, but here's a Wikipedia that purports to be about Jane Doe. And she wanted to clarify, I do not have a Wikipedia page. The Justice for Clayton cult created a wiki just for me, which is the definition of targeted harassment and bullying. The information you posted is extremely inaccurate and misleading. You are welcome to search my name on the real Wikipedia. You won't find it. The only Jane Doe you'll find is an artist. The false claims on that wiki page are run by the same Justice for Clayton bullies who contacted you. My attorney, David Gingras, who's reached out to me, and I've had some email communication with him, specializes in internet law and defamation. So when you start off an email like that, it's like, all right, so you're trying to shake down the wrong guy. That's not going to dissuade me from talking about truth in this case. And so my initial community post was a mission that I have stated that I am on a mission to find truth. So mind you that every purported allegation that is espoused on this show is not fact. These parties are scheduled to go to trial on June 10th. There has been some litigation that has been published by way of live stream. There's some of it that was kept under wraps, but there's a lot of this stuff that's already on the internet. I think Ninja Schnitzel is a YouTube creator. And if I'm getting his name wrong, I apologize. I'll correct it. I just got to pull up his video. What is his name? Schnitzel Ninja. I just transposed it. Schnitzel Ninja has a lot of the hearings that have been live streamed on a YouTube channel for everybody to see. So I have used that channel to review some of these hearings, although not all, because Jesus Christ, this case is nuts. And I've known about it since Tuesday. And one of the commenters, I think they came from David Neal, had said, "Are you really going to do deep dive with 2 days of research on this case?" And I'm like, you know what? You're absolutely right. There's no way I'm going to be able to absorb all of the information that is out there because there's literally a timeline that dates back to 2014 with other people that she's dated that goes all the way till present day today. I mean, you're talking about 10 years of material. So no, of course not. But I think the good thing about that is a lot of the information out there I feel is red herrings and not particularly relevant to the pending proceedings that are going on. So what's the benefit of coming in and watching my show? Because I know that this case is being covered by Dave Neal, called them law tubers affectionately. He says that this case is being covered by Megan Fox. I thought he was talking about the actor Megan Fox. He's not. There's a lady. I'm not sure if she's an attorney or journalist, but she has, I don't know. I think Dave said like a couple million subscribers. There's other law tubers out there. By the way, I didn't know that I was a law tuber, but I accept it. I appreciate it.
What do you mean you didn't know?
I didn't know that that was a thing. That lawyers that make YouTube channels are law tubers. I like it, sort of. Louise says that she's a journalist. And I apologize if I'm not keeping up with the chat. And by the way, if you hear, I promise I'm not going to put you out there this time, Dominic. But if you see somebody typing under the Tilted Lawyer name, that's not myself. It's my producer, Dominic. And I also have my moderators, Lulu and Garlic Man. There's one more that's missing today. But maybe she'll pop in a little bit later. Before we get too far, where was I? What was I talking about, Melissa?
You were talking about you were a law tuber and you had no idea that you fell under
Oh, yeah.
that.
So the lightweight shakedown about David Gingras, about him specializing in internet law and defamation. Yeah, I get it. Fine. So she said that to me, and it kind of pissed me off because, well, it just did. And if I was not going to cover the case before, I was definitely going to talk about it now in light of those paragraphs. So here we are. She concludes the email with, "I truly appreciate your time and consideration. The whole experience has been incredibly overwhelming and traumatic, and my hope is to return to my private life. If you decide to cover this case, I kindly ask that you approach it fairly. Unlike Neal and others, over the past 9 months, they've made my life a living hell." And then she says I could get in contact with her. And then she concludes her email. And so in response to all of that, this is what I said, just very short, to the point. "Hello, Jane Doe. I just want you to know that I know nothing about these cases. And in the event I do cover it, my promise to you is that I will be completely objective. I have no interest in spreading lies or distorting truth. I'm very sensitive to what you're going through, as I have represented dozens of women in your position. I'm certain that you would not accept the invitation, as you're currently in litigation and currently going through it, but would you be open to possibly coming on the show to address some of the things that you talked about and tell your side of the story?" That was what I said. And then in response to that, she just said, "Hi, Omar. Thanks for getting back to me so quickly. I really appreciate your response. And it's what I would expect from a reputable attorney like yourself." When I hear people talk like that, it just rubs me the wrong, it's like this passive aggressive thing. I mean, I don't want to accuse her of being a passive aggressive or in a threatening posture, but that feels like a threat. It's like, I expect that you're going to cover this a certain way. And anything less, then I'm going to lump you in with the Dave Neal cultist that she's defined, as she defined it in her previous email. She says, at this point, I'm not interested. And you know what? She might not, to be fair to her, she may not mean it that way. And so, but having been doing this long enough, that's just kind of how I took it. But at this point, I'm not interested in doing any interviews that might further fan the flames of distortion by the Justice for Clayton cult. They seem determined to twist any fact I presented into fiction, which is extremely frustrating and upsetting. I'm hoping to keep this as private as possible so that I can return to my normal life. So in full transparency, I hope you don't cover it. However, if you do, feel free to reach out if you need clarification on anything. Fine. And I did reach out to her because I did have things that I wanted her to clarify in light of things that I have learned. I will say this, that when I say that I'm very sensitive to her position as being somebody that has, I'm just checking on my co-host. She might be in traffic. Are you almost here? Hey, Dominic.
Oh, she just texted me here.
Oh, she's here. Ileana's here. Melissa, could you go run and
Yes.
And fetch her if you I shouldn't say fetch. Could you open the door for
Yes, I will.
Okay. I am very sensitive to women that have been attacked for making allegations of domestic violence. I've literally represented probably close to 100 of them. I've tried many of these cases to judgment. I've also defended people against false allegations. And so I have no knowledge of Jane Doe prior to this. I had no reason to believe that she was making anything up. And I still haven't fully written my opinions. I certainly have inclinations, but I have not fully formed what I definitely think has gone on this case. But I do have some ideas. I was being 100% completely sincere when I had reached out to her, asking her to come and tell her side of the story and giving her the full benefit of the doubts. So I received that email, and then I had reached out to Dave Neal, and he shared on his live stream yesterday he shared a DM that I had sent him. Now, listen, I have an Instagram account. I haven't made any posts on the Instagram account. Really, it's been so far 100% strictly to DM people about the show, or for people to DM me. I have an email address for the show, a DM for the show, an Instagram for just the show. I may start posting content. It's up to Dominic. He's supposed to chop up stuff, and he's been a derelict in his duties, so to speak. But is that them?
Yeah.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm kind of stalling so that Ileana could come in because she's missing a lot of the show, and I really want to get her input because she has some ideas about the case and real questions about what's been going on. Mr. Garlic Man, I'm not sure how graphic this content is going to be, but it is certainly, it is going to be, I guess. We are going to have discussions about domestic violence and allegations of SA, as they make you say on YouTube. Buttons, the punted people, she created this situation herself. Thank you for representing the hurt and voiceless. Trisha says they were sincere as well. Sue D says, please note that Clayton has always said that they did not have sexual intercourse, but oral. Yeah. Good morning, Ileana. Ileana is on some kind of time. It's good to have you here. We're about 13 minutes in, I think.
Okay.
Well, 24 minutes in if you count the... all right. I don't know if you're listening to the show or not on the way over here.
Here's the link, but there was no link. So.
Well, son of a bitch.
Because I was driving,
I was just giving people a preamble, sharing with them the email that I got and how we got here. So yeah, Dave Neal. I sent him a D-mail, an Instagram. Let me jump in. Oh, let me pause while Dominic adjusts microphones. Are we good?
No, I just don't want this to be in the way of Melissa.
Oh, this is usually something that we're doing not on the live. But since there were...
To you. When it, yeah, there you go. Make sure.
All right, do a quick sound check on Ileana. Count to 10.
1, 2, 3,
You're good.
4, 5,
Yeah,
6.
you're good.
All right. We definitely needed the affirmation from Melissa. I'm kidding. Melissa's so irritated with me this morning.
You know, it's one of those days.
I have a whole cabinet of supplies.
Not those days, Omar.
All right. So I reached out to Mr. Neal, and he shared with you a email that I had sent to him. And what I had sent to him was, it said, "Hey, good morning, Dave." So I had several individuals reach out to me regarding the case surrounding Laura Owens. I know nothing about this case other than what people have sent me, and here are the links. And I had sent him a link of a Justice for Clayton wiki page. That was the same one that I'd referenced with Jane Doe's attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another link that purported to be a timeline of events. There was other stuff. Anyway, someone who goes by the name Justice for Clayton Echard has asked me to reach out to you. I'm preparing a workup of this case on the off chance it might be worth covering. I'm curious about what your story is, what's going on with Jane Doe. I'm a family law attorney in Southern California, started a YouTube channel, have a great deal of interest in this case. I just kind of left it at that. And then he didn't respond back to me until the following day. And it was funny because he reached out to me. He says, "Hey, I saw your post about covering the Laura Owens case. Unlike her, we have nothing to hide. Happy to help. If you need any info or a statement, I'll definitely share your coverage regardless of your conclusion. We're confident with the facts. The facts are on our side. Cheers." And then he says, "Oh, so funny. I just sent you this message, not knowing that your message was stuck in my inbox." And I was watching his live yesterday while I was at the gym and he was talking about it. He's like, "Hey, it's not a humble brag or anything, but I'm in the top 0.0001% of Instagram users, and I get lots of emails, and I just didn't see this one. It was in my spam." And then he's like, "So the Tilted Lawyer is a smaller YouTube channel. They have, around 10,000 subscribers." And I was like, "Hey, Dave, fuck you." Hey, Dominic, bleep that out. No, but Dave I'm joking around. He was, but he's right. He's, his main point was he has no need to network with me. Like, he's not benefiting from reaching out to me or giving me information on this case. He just wants people that are covering it to have the accurate information. He's not seeking me out for personal gain. And mind you, I have like 11,500 followers on his YouTube. He's got like 83,000. There's other people that he's involved with that have way bigger channels than I. And so that was his only point. It wasn't to insult the Tilted Lawyer channel, I don't think, anyway. But yeah, he seemed to be a genuine guy. And I just wanted to get, hey, so there's these people that are saying that you're harassing this lady. What's going on? I did spend about 45 minutes talking with him. This is what I know about Dave. Dave is, he's a stand-up comic. He's got his YouTube channel. He's got a lot of things going on. He's got a documentary coming out specifically regarding this case. He was a blogger, journalist that covers The Bachelor, that you were telling me that's kind of like you and your husband's show.
Well, not our show.
The cloud show.
It's like the background show or the relaxed show whenever we have like a really bad day. It's like,
That's what I was telling him yesterday, that everybody has like this show that you really don't pay attention to. It's just noise in the background for you to like decompress.
Either way.
Yeah.
It was, well, he covers the show. He personally knows Clayton Echard. He says not super well, but he's had interactions with him, and what he knows about the guy, he doesn't seem, he's a person of reputable character, to sum up what Mr. Neal was saying. I get the impression, speaking with him, he's a stand-up comic, and so he has a very dynamic speaking voice and a very charismatic personality. He has a lot to say, and he's extremely knowledgeable on the case. he was talking about stuff and talking about HCG levels and all this going on and on. He's talking like a doctor, like he knew this stuff, which I know you know better than I. I have some understanding of HCG levels, but I haven't talked about it in 4 years since my last daughter was born. And so he's knowledgeable, but one of the things that he had told me is that he just, you know what, if this case wasn't a thing and I didn't have to deal with the lawyers from Jane Doe, I would be so much better off. I wish I didn't have to, but they're putting me through this. He gave me the impression of a guy that is, stressed out. He's just stressed out about this case. He's been threatened and he's had interactions with lawyers and he's been dealing with this for a really long time. And then on his live stream, he's like, well, good for you. You've been on this case since Tuesday. Hey, congratulations. Welcome to the party. That's what it felt like. And I just told him, hey, look, man, I'm not going to, when I do this live, I'm not doing a comprehensive, I can't go back for 10 years of text message. And also, I'm not reading all of that shit.
It's
just,
a lot.
it's impossible. So I've zeroed in on what this case is about. So enough of the preamble. I think it's time to get started.
Whatever you might be going through and wherever you might be, this is Omar Serrato with the Tilted Lawyer Podcast. I'm here to take your mind off of things. Yes, I'm an attorney. No, I'm not giving you legal advice. We're going to sit and talk like people, as these are the candid thoughts of one practicing attorney, and it's after hours. So have a seat. Feel free to have a drink and join me. Let's get started.
And for today's show, I know it's like 10 a.m.
I
but
know. I was going to say that.
10:07.
Like they say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's been a long day.
Long morning.
Me and Dominic are going to be, it's been a long week, but me and Dominic are going to be partaking in some Dalmore 15. And I told Dominic, hey, you cannot put adulterants in this whiskey. This is the good shit. I mean, it's not the good shit, but it's pretty good shit. It's my all-time favorite casual whiskey.
Casual.
No free advertising. I know, just give him casual. It's delicious. It's meant to be drank, consumed, neat, without. You don't mix this in a drink.
Not even a little bit of ice.
I mean, you can if that's your bag, man. Go ahead and throw it on the rocks. I just don't recommend it. It mutes the flavors, and this stuff is pretty good. It's like it's got like these. Well, I'm not a whiskey reviewer, YouTuber, so you're welcome to have some. Just say the word. I got the whole. You know how we do it.
I'm good with my coffee.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so here's my thoughts. Here's how we got here. I think it's important to talk about how we got here. So, the Owens v. Echard case. This is how it all started. So there was, on August 1st of 2023, a petition basically. Now they did this in Arizona, so I'm going to be referring a lot to the California equivalents because that's what I know. But in their county, she filed for a parenting plan. There was a notice to attend a parenting information. I'm not sure what that actually means. But it was a complaint, essentially is hoping to establish paternities, what I gather what it was. There was an affidavit of service filed. There was a motion to communicate filed, and it was a parenting petition, basically. Let's establish a parenting plan because I'm pregnant and I need to figure out what we're going to do because we're no longer in a relationship. I'm assuming that's what it was. There's a lot of filings if you just look at the docket. It is a mess. There has been so many motions filed, which is not really appropriate for a case like this.
No.
But there's a lot of reasons for that. On August 27th, there was a parent education certificate that was filed by Jane Doe, just stating that, hey, took a co-parenting class. And co-parenting classes are pretty common. Most judges will order that in custody and visitation plans, because it sucks having to deal with an ex while you're raising a child. You need to learn that there's a different level of patience required. There's a different level of understanding how to communicate that is required for the benefit of the child, which is really what all that is for. They had an early resolution management conference, which I'd liken that probably to our regular mediation that the courts do. On September 14th, there was a expedited motion to seal the record, which I assume must have been denied because it's not sealed.
It was.
There was an affidavit of financial information. Well, that would have been for child support, wouldn't it? There was an agreement between the parties on September 28th, pursuant to their statute. Parenting time, parental settlement. I guess they had some kind of a parenting plan in place. They must have. It was an agreement. Yes.
Chat is saying that your mic is a little low. If you could just turn it up a little bit.
How's that sound grabbing you now? Usually on OBS, you could plus or minus maybe 5 decibels on that thing, because if I turn up any higher on the Rodecaster, I'll be there'll be some distortion.
I think we should be good. Sounds fine.
Hey guys, how we sounding now? I forgot where. Oh, here we go. Sound is better. Okay. Sounds wonderful. Audio is better now. Perfect. Okay, so I forgot where I was. On October 20th. So on October 18th, there was a petition for mediation. October 20th, there was a ruling on that entered by the court. On December, we're skipping ahead. So there was a whole order of protection, which must have been under a different case number because it's not listed on the docket here. But this is where we were, and this is kind of where I started. I wanted to hear the October 6th ex parte petition that was filed by Jane Doe for alleged harassment on the part of Clayton Echard. It was a 17-minute hearing. It was completely ex parte. Mr. Echard was not present, and I believe that Jane Doe at the time was unrepresented. And the nature of what she was filing was like, hey, I'm being harassed online, and they are defaming my character. And then the judge very aptly said, well, when you say that, he is defaming you, you have to understand that speech is protected. It's a First Amendment right. Mm-hmm. You could say whatever you want. You just can't purport illegal speech as long as what he's speaking on is the truth and not a purported lie. That's pretty much protected. So what do you mean? The typical way that these kind of hearings work is because domestic violence and harassment is such a safety issue, it's a concern for the court, they will usually err on the side of caution, which is why there was this hearing on the 6th, even without Echard present, without any evidence being presented. Just tell me what is going on. And basically, if what they're saying would be true, amounts to harassment, then they'll just grant it. And we'll figure it out in a few weeks at an evidentiary hearing, which is pretty much what happened here. So there was another hearing on the 23rd of October that was not ex parte. Echard was there representing himself. Jane Doe was there with a new attorney, and they had about an hour and a half hearing with a judge. That was the one that I had mentioned earlier. That was he just looked really older. I don't know. Some of these judges, they take on these DV cases and they're like in the midst of retirement. It might have been one of those, which are my favorite kind of judges because they have so many different stories to tell in chambers. But at that hearing, now the way they do it, Eliana, it's crazy because they're very strict about time limits. Mm-hmm. They basically you got 20 minutes to present your side. I'll give him 20 minutes. If you guys are efficient with what's going on, I might allow you more time. And they're really hard to say, hey, you got 1 minute, counselor. Hey, could I ask one more thing? No. Oh, wow. Okay, moving on. There was a lot made in that hearing that, hey, Mr. Echard has had like 30 minutes to speak to R20. Can I say something else? No, you can't because you were not particularly efficient. And it's not really all that relevant, counselor. What I did notice is that in that hearing, the judge seemingly was trying to give Mr. Echard every opportunity to make a record of his case. In my experience, when a judge tells you that, I'm going to give you every opportunity to give out all of your evidence. It's usually because they plan to rule against you. There was an objection made at that hearing, which rubbed me the wrong way, that I felt it's the danger when you're a pro per, because Mr. Echard probably has adrenaline pumping through his veins. He's probably not done this many times. He probably has a very limited knowledge of the rules of evidence. But one of the things that he was trying to introduce was there was a picture of a sonogram or an ultrasound. It was the one that's basically been the question, the subject of this litigation going forward, that he says, Your Honor, I got this crazy evidence. I got this side-by-side image. Here's the one that was sent to me, and here's one that I found randomly off of YouTube. And if you
Google.
Well, he said YouTube. He said it was YouTube. It was a video from 6 years ago. That's an ultrasound, has all the same markings, all the same movements. If you superimpose, I think what he's trying to say was, which he didn't say, but if you superimpose it, it's literally the same video.
Same one.
And he makes that claim, and the judge is like, well, Echard, why don't you tell me how I'm supposed to believe or know? How could I trust you when you say that that's not just something that you got from some other person purporting to be the very same thing? And there was a big deal about, well, this has been published before or sent to other people, and it might have been one of his followers that sent him something. In other words, not authentic.
Yes.
When he introduced it the first time, I was thinking, hey, objection. Lacks foundation. Where's this video from? I haven't had an opportunity to review it. Her attorney did not object to it at first. He did object to it 15 minutes later. He was like, yeah, you should have said that like 15 minutes ago, because that was essentially, it was an authentication issue.
Yes.
But the judge is like, I think that you're trying to get me to believe that this is something that she's done before, and because she's done it before, she's doing it to you now. And what he should have said was like, no, Your Honor, what I'm saying is she's purporting that this ultrasound was created around the time that she got pregnant, which would at the time would have been around May. So what, 5 months prior? But this video was found 6 years ago. And if the origin is 6 years ago and it's the same video, then it's not an authentic video of a real ultrasound, which would have been the correct objection there or argument to make. And it was highly relevant because she's claiming defamation and harassment on the basis of this. And it was the subject of the order that came out a couple days ago. So basically, if he can prove that it was a fraudulent ultrasound, then it throws defamation out the window. And the harassment and stuff and all those things. And his attorneys are arguing that the only reason that the order of protection was granted was because of this ultrasound video, But if it was found to be inauthentic, then we would be having a different conversation. And then, of course, Jane Doe's attorneys are arguing, yeah, but that wasn't the only basis for him granting. It was the harassing text messages and all those things. So domestic violence is a very broad spectrum of activities. And you heard in those hearings them use the term disturbing of the peace.
Yes.
Which at its most base level is what domestic violence is. It's not necessarily physical violence. It could be anything that disturbs the peace of any individual, which Mr. Echard could have similarly filed an order of protection against harassment from this lady that is claiming that I'm pregnant with twins, but she's not allowing me to see the ultrasound to authenticate it. And, and I'm going to play those arguments because there's very important differences in those arguments. But Ed is Hardy saying that, look, I don't believe that this lady's pregnant. I haven't, to my satisfaction, verified the pregnancy is real. And so, he could have filed his own order of protection based off of that, but he didn't. And so this was her order of protection. Give me 1 second. Okay. So I want to play a clip because it kind of speaks to some of what Jane Doe had said to me in her email. I just want to make sure I got the right clip up. Here, let me do this. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to, for the live, I'm just going to have the audio on here, but on the polished version, we're going to have the real, the video of this hearing up from about 33. Now, I know that there's been further hearings, but here's the heart of it. Jane Doe claimed that there was a sexual encounter. Clayton Echard was not certain at first if he actually had sex with her or if it was just oral sex. At least that's my read of it, and if I'm wrong on that. Oh, and by the way, if you want to fact check me in the comments, I fully get it. I'm just not purporting to be an exhaustive record of all of the facts. I don't claim to have 100% knowledge of all of the facts. What you're getting right now is my knowledge of this case being 2 days into reading all of this stuff. So if I get something wrong, please be kind. And just correct me in the comments respectfully. I would appreciate that. But my read of this is it feels to me like at first, Clayton's like, we didn't even have sex. I just like went down on you. She's like, oh no, we did have sex. You were just too intoxicated to know. I was like, did I? And then he was like questioning himself. Normally, but that's what it feels like happened. So they had this exchange back at the October 6th hearing, which was probably the most honest conversation these two have had in front of the courts. But it starts at about 27. I wanted to play it for you because this is what struck me the most. And her attorney, whom I really didn't like, jumped in and just kind of derailed it because I felt like it was going into an area where he knew that Clayton was going to score a lot of points. And he's like, Your Honor, this isn't relevant. You'll see. But I'm going to play it for you just to make sure I line it up.
She doesn't have to disclose her health information to the court.
Overruled. You can answer.
I think that's as loud as I'm going to be able to make it.
Health information as recently as I think last week, and you didn't get back to me.
I'm not going to argue with that, but that's false. Did I ask you multiple times early on to take a paternity test?
Yeah.
Hey, on the live, are you guys hearing this? Okay. I'm assuming that people could hear it. Hey, Dominic, just let me know if people tell me that they can't hear it.
Yeah.
I literally have it maxed out as much as I can. So this was the exchange that struck me the most.
Yes, as did I. I asked you the same thing.
And did you place stipulations upon
they're
that
saying
that
it's
I had to date
low,
you
but they can
exclusively
hear it.
in order
Okay.
to take that test?
For 2 weeks in order to take it early. Otherwise, I would just wait until the birth of the children as was
Yeah,
required
it's just low. Some are
of
saying
me
it's
by law.
It's maxed out as much as I can get it. So
Early.
So you're agreeing you would only take the test if I were to date you exclusively?
now this is wild to me. So this bit of testimony, he basically says, so you were agreeing that you were only going to take the paternity test if I was dating you exclusively, which goes to a lot of the other allegations that I'm going to try my best not to dive too much into because I only have so much time. But he's basically stating, look, I was asking you to take a paternity test, and you literally said to me that I'm not doing it unless we're in an exclusive relationship. This is her response to that.
I think you're mischaracterizing what it was. It was so we could make a decision as to whether or not to even proceed with the pregnancy.
This is his time.
She basically said that you're mischaracterizing it. It was just because so we can make a decision about whether or not to proceed with this pregnancy, which I don't even know what that means. But that was her response. But what she's saying is, no, it's not if we're in an exclusive relationship. It was for whatever she just said. But she essentially denies that accusation. And then the judge is saying, hey, this is his time to speak.
So I'm going to ask you to just answer his question, yes or no, if you can. If you're unable to, just say I'm unable to answer it.
Okay.
So, Mr. Echard asked the question again.
Yes. Did you state to me that you would only take or do a paternity test if I were to date you exclusively?
At what point?
Within the first two months.
Yes.
You did state that.
So she just admitted. All right. First she denies, and now she's admitted that, which is crazy. This just doesn't make logical sense. All right, let's continue.
Last question. Would you agree that only oral sex was performed the night?
This is really important because Laura, if you recall, in her email to me, let me just, before I characterize what she said. Oh, of course. Editing moment. Dominic. So she says, Clayton acknowledged our intercourse, which was not consensual, and the resulting pregnancy. However, after I went public with the pregnancy details, he changed his story. So she's alleging to me in this email that she sent me a couple days ago that this was a non-consensual encounter. And I got some clarification from her attorney. Her attorney said, oh. So I asked her attorney this. I said, hey, is there a reason why Laura did not file a domestic violence claim against Clayton, given that she has claimed she was sexually assaulted and leading to the pregnancy? This is what her attorney said to me, David Gingras. Totally fair question. I asked her the same thing. Her response was, in effect, that she actually wanted to have sex with him that night, but she only said no because of the timing. They had only known each other for a matter of days. So yes, technically, Clayton's conduct fits the technical definition of rape, but Laura didn't feel that way about it at the time. And she doesn't feel that way about it now. Let me address that in a couple of parts, because that answer actually kind of pisses me off. The actual definition of a sexual assault is that one person wants to have sex and the person you want to have sex with does not consent. But that non-consent must be expressed. It has to be obvious to a reasonable person that the person doesn't want to have sex. And in this statement, she wanted to have sex that night, but she said no because of the timing. I don't know if he's trying to say that she did say no and he just went through it anyway, which would be like more of a typical. But then when he says this was technically, Clayton's conduct fits the technical definition of rape. So basically he's saying, yeah, it was a sexual assault. She sort of wanted to, but she didn't want to because it had only been a couple of days. And, well, she didn't allege it in a DV filing. So it wouldn't have been of the variety of the worst kind, but it would have been essentially buyer's remorse. Sort of like that comedian, what was the name? Aziz Ansari?
Aziz Ansari.
Yeah, there was this lady that came out around 2015 or 16 where he was like, this lady he was dating stated that I was on a date with Mr. Ansari and I really liked him and we had sex, but I felt really awful about it afterwards and I let him know that. And just after it was over, I just feel like he took advantage of me. And I know that I had sex with him anyway, but I feel like I was assaulted. It's like, no, you don't get to have look, it's okay to have an encounter that you regret. But if you're going to label it as a sexual assault, to the degree that somebody's freedom would be at stake if that were to be litigated in a criminal court, that's problematic. So I have a problem with that characterization. I guess fair to Jane Doe that she did not make that allegation in open court. She made it to me in this email. She's alluded to it in some of these proceedings. But this was her, let me make sure I'm on the right video. Okay. So this is her explanation that night, the first time she gives testimony in this case, which to me is the most authentic. This is her request. This is her response to what he asked.
That we were intimate.
So he asked her, isn't it true that we only had oral sex that night? This is her response.
Not agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
I explained it to you in an email. You said you were insanely high that night and clearly do not have full recollection of what happened. Do you want me to explain it to the court in detail or?
So if you missed it, she basically said that we had this email exchange, and I don't have in front of me that email exchange. I don't even think I've read it. I may or may not have. If one of you guys have a link to it somewhere, feel free to drop it in the comments. But she's basically stating that we talked about this, You said that you were insanely high that night. You don't remember what happened. Do you want me to explain it? And this is where it starts to get good because, oh, great. So if this was a sexual assault, now would be the time to expand on all of that and then watch what her attorney does.
I'm okay with that. Explaining what happened, yes.
Okay.
I remember everything, but yes, go ahead.
I remember everything as well. You were asking me when we were
Your Honor.
naked and
Just a moment, please. Did you have a legal objection?
Yeah, I'm going to object at this point. I think this is a little bit outside of the scope of what this hearing is in regard to this.
100% it was not out of the scope, because if one of his defenses is that this is a false allegation of pregnancy, because I know it's not true because we did not even have intercourse that night, then her recollection is highly valid because it goes to not just the truth of that matter, it goes to credibility, which is going to be huge in this case going forward. And I'll explain what I mean by that after.
Specific, I think that I've laid enough foundation. I think it presented enough evidence to show that there was a romantic relationship. Mr. Echard actually, it sounds like he's acknowledging that by his question. Getting into the details of what sounds to be potentially sexual intercourse on the date of this, of what happened on that night, I don't think that needs to be presented in testimony to the court.
I think to some degree I sympathize with that. Mr. Echard, to go step by step about who took whose shirt off first kind of thing is really kind of beside the point. It's salacious and it's an invasion of both of your rights of privacy.
Okay.
But what I would think is legitimate is to say, did we have sexual intercourse,
Yes.
where, a person would become pregnant, you can ask something like that.
Yeah,
right?
and I guess I'll ask that directly. Did we have sexual intercourse that night?
yes.
And that's where it ends. Yes or no? She says yes. Now, because she didn't get to go into detail, she couldn't describe how that happened. But she never, in her testimony, and if be fair, her attorney kind of cut her off. Maybe she would have just said, oh yeah, you were too high and, we were getting there and I told you to stop, but you were ignoring me. And so I just went with it. Maybe she would have said something like that. Which would bring it under the scope of a sexual assault in a very specific form by way of intoxication. Actually, reverse that. Mm-hmm. He was too intoxicated to realize that she was not consenting. But the point gets lost because it's just simple. Okay, well, did we have intercourse at night? You say, one says yes, one says no. And that's where we're at. The only reason it's relevant is because of the SA claim. And so here we are. He continues. There was more stuff.
And so you're finished with your question?
I am.
Okay, then I'd like to hear what you have to say about everything they've presented. Try to focus on what they presented. Everything else is beside the point because I'm just focusing on what they put into evidence, not their allegations, but what's in evidence.
Sure. So I would just like to state again, I guess I can address first the video that you saw. I had mentioned that I had been tortured for the last 5 months. The reason, and I did state that the results of the first round of the prenatal fertility test came back and it showed little to no fetal DNA, which is in fact what was stated to me.
So why that is all relevant is because he believed, by evidence that he had available to him, that this wasn't a real pregnancy. He believed that he was being gaslit by Jane Doe. He believed that something wrong?
No, I'm just.
Oh, every time you look at me, I get nervous. He believed that this was not a real thing, and he was harassed, and it was the explanation for his behavior. It had nothing to do with Jane Doe. It was just like, look, I'm a public figure. And at this point, there had been a great deal of tabloid news clippings suggesting that he was trying to skirt his responsibilities. Hence, him pushing back on the paternity case. There's this order of protection. And at first, from what Mr. Neal had told me, that, because he even said that, look, I was very sympathetic to her at the beginning. Because if he really did that, then F that guy, you know. But as more and more stuff came out, I feel like Dave kind of stumbled on this the same way that I did, or maybe didn't. I have no idea how he stumbled upon it. But initially his thoughts were protective of Jane Doe. But then as more and more stuff came out that he had questions about that it wasn't getting answers for, now this becomes a thing. And now he has been attacked, and, you know, here we are. But what he's stating here, why it's relevant, is because it explains what his communications were all about. It was not malicious on her part, but it was jubilance on my part. And I'm discovering in real time that I'm not actually guilty of being a deadbeat dad, because this wasn't a real pregnancy. I may actually be a victim in all of this, and that's where we get to the, and I know I'm spending too much time on this, but I'll wrap this portion of it up pretty quick.
This led me, you know, aligned with what I believed, that she is not in fact pregnant with, 5 months pregnant with my twins, which I have questioned the entirety of this time. I have not been able to receive any evidence proving that she's 5 months pregnant with twins. When I've requested it, she has not given it to me. We did an early resolution conference last week. The mediator asked for her to make a phone call to the facility. I will present this evidence, the ultrasound photo, to make a call and confirm that she did in fact do that test there. She was not willing to do so. She has not allowed me to speak to any of the doctors that have administered these ultrasounds, which of course has caused me to question her for that very reason, that it should be a very simple thing to do. She states that she invited me, my family and I, to an ultrasound. For one, my parents live in Missouri. Two, they don't believe her. And three,
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
well, they
Overruled.
Yeah, they don't. And beyond that, I actually asked to, I did not want to go in person and see her, but I did ask for her to FaceTime me while she was there. She then canceled that ultrasound, and stating that she wanted her sister to be there to see the ultrasound for the first time. So, and then when it was time to reschedule the ultrasound, she then stated, I feel unsafe, and therefore I do not want you to know when I'm doing the next ultrasound because I'm afraid for my safety.
That bothered me the most. Okay, Ileana, super lawyer in Southern California. You practice, you represent folks on these kinds of cases all the time. You probably got like a dozen of them on the docket right now, as do I. But when you hear somebody say, the tagline is always, I fear for my safety, I fear for my life, I fear for the lives of my children. Do you have the immediate eye roll that I do whenever anybody says it? I mean, I get the eye roll when it's my own clients. Like, why do you fear for your life?
Yes.
Please explain it to me like I'm 5. It's just a misused statement that comes up. And look, one of the questions that I asked her, like, what did he do to make you fearful? Very specifically, if she was my client, she walked into my office and she said something like that. Okay, well, what did he do? Like, what do you think he was going to do? How was he going to harass the medical facilities? Do you think he was going to show up and make a scene? Has he done that before in the past? Exactly. I needed details, explicit details. And when he says stuff like this, like, I really wanted to beat the ultrasound, and ultimately we were gonna do it, but then it was rescheduled, and then, well, we're just not gonna do it because I'm fearful of you. Now I got a couple of raised eyebrows and a side eye. If she was my client, I'd be like, Jane Doe, what the fuck? Seriously. I mean, what were you so fearful of? And I would have said that lovingly, because my clients, look, I'm the one that has to present this case, and credibility is everything. You can't just make statements like that are not corroborated by something that happened. So if you want to say that there was a sexual assault, fine, but that needs to be clear in the pleadings. And maybe it wasn't a pleading somewhere that I didn't get to read, but here there was testimony taken. She's not basing any of this on a sexual assault. So what did he specifically do? Because this is an order of protection to stop harassing communications and nothing more. And so I would definitely have the WTF conversation with my clients, as I do all the time. And probably half the time when I do have conversations like that, the allegations just get whittled down or more
Yes.
concentrated, just because I have to explain legally how that's going to play out in court, and did this really happen, did this not? You have to differentiate between what the DV code says versus what your feelings are, because feelings are arbitrary.
And one of the things, I'm sorry, that stands out to me, if it were to participate via FaceTime, what exactly did she fear he was going to do?
Yeah, they would have just hung up the phone if he was getting unruly.
Yeah.
There was HIPAA releases, so he could have called, I guess, the facilities. Now, this kind of gets me to my main point. I'm going to get out of this because I could spend more time on this, but I'm just not going to. The explanation of the pregnancy.
Yes.
Now, there has been positive HCG tests. I forget how many there was, but there was definitely tests where she tested positive to be pregnant.
Positive to the HCG.
HCG. But there was also a fabricated HCG test that she advanced to Clayton. And they're like, why did she do that? I learned of that from David Neal.
Okay.
He was telling me about it. And
What type of test was it? Like
I'm guessing
the
it was
one that has the numbers, or just the positive?
well,
or
I'll tell you
negative?
straight from her attorney. So this is her attorney's explanation. I just simply asked him, did Jane Doe fabricate an HCG test claiming to be at 102,000?
Okay, so it's the one that has the numbers.
Yes. This was her attorney, David Gingris's response. Yes. She fabricated. Well, that was me interposing. His answer is yes. This was something Laura did after her identity was leaked to the media, and people, Dave Neal in parentheses, started making videos about her. She was panicked and didn't know how to get the media and bloggers to leave her alone. So she edited a real HCG test to change the number from something low, which showed she was in the process of losing the pregnancy, to something higher. She claims she did this purely as a defense mechanism, hoping it would stop bloggers from attacking her. Obviously, this backfired, but for what it's worth, Jane Doe only used that fake test with bloggers. She never submitted that to any court. Okay, fair enough. But again, I would have a conversation with Jane Doe. Jane Doe, what the fuck?
Why do you keep doing that?
The cussing, remember.
Dominic, bleep me out. My mom might be watching. And by the way, folks, this is not a show for children. Don't be listening to this with your kids in the car. I should have probably prefaced the show or started the show with that. But we'll make sure there's a disclaimer on the polished version of it. I've had clients do that before. I literally had, in a similar kind of hearing, we're trying to establish guideline support, and my client, the judge just asked him point blank, "Hey, sir, are you employed?" And his answer was, "Yes, and I make such and such an hour." It's like, okay, well, based off of that, we're going to make orders for, or he didn't make orders that day, but I'm going to order income and expense declarations filed and blah, blah, blah. After the hearing, come to find out, I never said I was employed. Sir, I was sitting right next to you when you told the judge that you make X dollars an hour.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And Melissa, I know you know what I'm talking about, but it was a WTF moment with my client. Like, why did you say that then? Because he afterwards he said, I'm unemployed, and I've been on unemployment for like a year and a half. Then why would you tell the judge that you're working?
He said it to me, and then I told him.
Can't talk about her, you know. Yeah, but you get the point I'm making, right? It was just a WTF moment with would have been my client. Yeah. So she faked this test, and she altered an ultrasound, which is what I'm really getting at here. So I know that there's a lot of information out there. I know that. But luckily, when I was doing this, started my deep dive in all of this, a judge had just basically came out with some orders. All of these motions are flying around, motions in limine to exclude witnesses. There was motions to do different things. The judge just made a ruling on it. They're going to trial on June 10th, so these are really pre-trial motions. But let me read it. Hey, are you getting some feedback in your mic? I'm getting feedback. I'm going to pause for 30 seconds. Boom. All right. And we're back. Okay. So luckily, when I was preparing for this, a judge just comes out with a ruling and she gives basically a summation of the facts as she understands it. So she says, respondent initially filed a motion for relief from judgment based on fraud in March, seeking to set aside an order of protection granted to the petitioner on October 25th by Commissioner Duty. Commissioner Duty, that's a great name, granted this motion mainly due to the determination that petitioner's alleged sonogram of the alleged twins with whom she was pregnant was posted online by respondent. This disputed posting, the commissioner found, constituted cyberbullying and qualified as domestic abuse. That justified the OOP. The March 26th motion was filed after respondent came to believe that the sonogram at issue was fabricated by the petitioner. Thereafter, the respondent files an amended motion after the respondent became aware of an appointment the petitioner made or had at MomDoc on November 14th, explaining it like you're a 5-year-old. So he thought there was an order made because of a thing. He came to find out that the thing wasn't actually a thing. And so he changed his petition, and that's how we get here. So now he's seeking not only to dismiss the OOP in its entirety, but he wants leave to submit a China doll affidavit and to award defendants attorney fees. Basically, it's a sanctions issue. And to order further relief as the court deems just, including a pending consequence to the current outstanding sanction request by a counselor for the petitioner. Respondent claimed that on October 6th, which was an ex parte hearing, and on October 25th, plaintiff committed fraud by filing her underlying petition for an OOP and subsequently by testifying before Judge Duty under the false pretense that she was pregnant. So in California, that would be under sanctions, Family Code Section 271, which is your wasting the court's time by filing motions based on what you know to be frivolous evidence, essentially, which is sanctionable, usually at the judge's discretion, without any procedural conundrums that are cited here. Now, they mentioned this Rule 26. There's a procedural aspect that Jane Doe's attorneys are trying to get this dismissed with, but the judge clearly doesn't care. And so there is very clearly a discretionary element to these sanctions. And so what is going to be most important in this court, in my opinion, is show me any evidence that the pregnancy was real, and then you will win. And when I say you will win, I mean you'll probably get the motion dismissed. That's my opinion, but let me continue with this. So respondent alleges that this fraud at large involves the petitioner creating a fictitious sonogram of an alleged pregnancy. Now, Jane Doe claims that this is baseless. I'm going to read her attorney's response in a few. As a small part of this larger alleged fraud, the respondent and the petitioner, respondent is Clayton, petitioner is Jane Doe, agree. Now, here's what blew my mind. As a small part of this larger alleged fraud, the respondent and the petitioner agree that the petitioner changed both her name and the name of the facility at which she procured this alleged sonogram during her alleged pregnancy. She is not denying it. She didn't deny that she faked the HCG test. She's not denying that she altered the sonogram. What she's denying is that she got it off of Fiverr, I guess. I'm assuming that's what. And you know what? To that degree, I have no opinion. There's gonna be evidence on both sides. We haven't seen all the evidence. I know that there's a lot floating out there. If she got it off Fiverr and there really was a logo that was discovered in the document that she submitted to Clayton, then she's got a lot to explain. But she's claiming right now that it's baseless, and I will honor that. I will respect that position because there's a trial coming out on June 10th, and she still has an opportunity to present evidence. For all I know, she might show up to court with like 4 other ultrasounds that she took. Because, hey, how many ultrasounds did you take when you were pregnant up to 5 months?
Well, I guess I was not the standard, but I do know that most people get like maybe 2. I did get more than that.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it like, I remember when my wife was pregnant, there was like weekly ultrasounds for like the first 8 weeks or something like that.
It depends on how your pregnancy is going. Most of the time you get one around 8 weeks, which is when you can actually.
That's true. I
see
might be
something.
overstating it a little bit. I don't actually
And then
remember.
It also depends a lot on your insurance. Most people get that first sonogram, and then they don't get the next sonogram until they do the next testing, which is like for like genetics and stuff like that. But if there's a reason to believe that the pregnancy is not going well, then you get either weekly or bi-weekly ultrasounds just to continue checking. But it's not normal. There's also whether or not you're over 35 years old.
Yes.
So if you're
higher
over
risk pregnancy.
30, they call it geriatric. That word for geriatric.
Oh, geriatric.
Whatever the word is.
Yeah, for, like old people.
We are not those kind of
Yes.
doctors.
So
For old people, you're like
pregnancy-
30. Well, I'm not going to say.
Well,
your
they
age.
consider it. They
Yeah.
consider it over
Yeah.
35. So if you are over 35, usually you get a little bit more ultrasounds than somebody that is
Yeah.
under
I
35.
guess that makes sense.
I think my sister-in-law, one of my sister-in-laws, she got, because she was a high-risk pregnancy, up until 5 months, I think she got like 4.
So here's the other thing that blows my mind. All right. So we agree that she altered this ultrasound. Now, more specifically, did I skip a sentence? She changed both her name and the name of the facility. All right. So more specifically, the petitioner, Jane Doe, claims that the sonogram took place at Planned Parenthood in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th of 2023, but that she changed the name of the facility to Southwest Medical Imaging and added her name to the record to prevent the respondent from contacting the medical professionals who allegedly performed the sonogram and harassing them and by extension her. Now, this is not the only evidence of the pregnancy because she submitted others, and I will play a clip from the November hearing where she recites what evidence she sent to Clayton to prove the pregnancy. And you guys can make your own decisions on that. But if that's the case, then this exhibit is not coming in to prove the truth of the pregnancy. If it comes in at all, it's going to be as a respondent Clayton Echard exhibit to prove that she was fabricating the pregnancy, which is significant. That's how the judge is going to weight the evidence, more or less. And again, you never know how the judge is going to weight the evidence, but that's why it would be admitted into evidence, not because it was an authentic document proving a pregnancy by way of Jane Doe. So here's why else that is significant. If she's altering documents in at least 2 occasions that we've confirmed, how credible is her testimony going forward? How could you, just like the judge asked Clayton Echard, how could you assure me that this exhibit, this side-by-side ultrasound, is the real deal. To the same degree, I would ask, and the judge will ask, Jane Doe, how could you promise me that these medical records are not fake, not altered, not manipulated in any way to show that your pregnancy was legitimate? It's a question of credibility that is highly relevant that I honestly think is probably going to be dispositive of these proceedings, which is, here's what I mean. If the judge thinks that it was legitimate pregnancy, not fabricated, not put on for any reason, then Jane Doe is going to win. And what I mean by win is respondents' petitions will be dismissed. If the judge thinks that this was not a real pregnancy, because at no point in the proceedings was there any reliable evidence of pregnancy, then Clayton is going to win. And not just in this proceeding, he's probably going to have grounds to pursue in civil court a much higher judgment. Maybe he takes it federal, I don't know. But in some form of civil court, either at the state or federal levels, there's going to be a defamation lawsuit, and he'll have ample ammunition for that lawsuit if there's been a finding in the finding court that Jane Doe was dishonest. That's the relevance, that's the significance, and the weight of what that paragraph means. All the other stuff aside is a lot of stuff. It's relevant for things, but that's the entire case right there. And if you're laser focused in on how we're going to win this trial, that's it. And so Jane Doe's attorneys have a problem. They have a credibility issue.
Hey, one more.
Chat
wants you to look at this email that she sent. I sent it to your email. If you want to pull it up. It's on page 18, but they want you to check it out.
I will certainly, you know what? I'm going to do that right now. I will do that right now. Which one did you send it to?
Your Serato.
Okay. All right. I'm looking at an email that was submitted from the chat, and they want me to look at this.
It's going to be on page 18.
On page 18. All right. Downloading. Waiting. How big is this document? Jesus. Okay, so page 18. Let's go to page 18. Page 18 of the PDF or page 18 of the...
Yeah, right. It should be coming up right there.
Ah.
There, 17 and 18.
All right, I'm going to have to zoom in because it's not altogether legible. All right, let's read this email. I'm going to try my best because it's not the most legible on the screen. Dominic will have a link to it on the... Well, I don't know. He might have it up right now, but... Okay, so it says Clayton. So I guess this is an email. It's attached to a court pleadings. This is, what is the title of this document? This is response or objection to petitioner's motion for confidentiality and protection and preliminary protective order. This was filed by Woodnick Law, Greg Woodnick, who is the attorney for Echard. But this is an exhibit attached to his pleadings. And I'm going to read it at the audience's request. So Clayton, this purports to be an email from Jane Doe to Clayton. Clayton, I've prayed that this email will have an impact on you. Unlike my others, it's truly the last one you will get from me where abortion is a possibility.
I think I saw that one before.
I have taken time to reflect on what I have been going through with our pregnancy, how you have acted towards me. You've shown no compassion or sympathy, which, by the way, is it's a running theme in the text messages that I've read. There's been a lot of that kind of thing about how you're just not taking this seriously. You're not
dismissive.
You're being dismissive. You're being awfully mean. That kind of a thing. And so this is consistent with what I've read. I have not seen this email. So I've been completely honest with you. Oh, did I skip something? Oh, you've shown no compassion or empathy. While I have been endlessly patient with you and provided you an absurd amount of evidence that I'm pregnant, I've been completely honest with you as displayed by my willingness to send you anything you've needed at any time, and proven to you that based on when my pregnancy test became positive, that there isn't a doubt that you are the father. Now, what I'll say to that is, she did take a test in front of Clayton. That's something that happened. I believe that's been corroborated also by Clayton, but she says that, her attorney says that. And one of the questions asked her, hey, well, really? So we took the test right in front and it tested positive. And at that time, I didn't know that the argument was going to be, yeah, but you get elevated HCG levels from like a million different things. And I'm not a doctor, so I don't know that to be true. I'm not an expert on the field, but
You can. It's rare.
yeah, my question was, oh, so
But
she
you
took a pregnancy test in front and came out positive. I mean, that would shut the door for me. Okay, so she's pregnant. That would make me believe in my naivete that, case open and shut. But then I would be like, all right, well, let's schedule an ultrasound, and I want to be there. And I think they tried to do that and didn't really work out, did it? Let me continue. I understand that you and of course the court want a paternity test, and I've been proactively trying to schedule that with 3 different labs. To that, I would say that those are not that difficult to schedule.
No.
I could go down the street right now and probably get a walk-in.
You can call also and get it in less than 10 minutes.
She says I've contacted Choice DNA, Ace Point Labs, and any lab test how to see when is the accrued we can do it. I can't read that. There's got to be a higher quality image out there, but I'm going to do my best. If I weren't pregnant with your kid, wouldn't I be avoiding that at all cost? But isn't it also true that they still to this day have not done a paternity test? Am I mistaken on that? Hey, chat, am I mistaken in the fact that they have never done a paternity test? I feel like they haven't. And if they have, please correct me, because I just don't know.
They have done 2, I think.
And then they came back. What was the results?
Negative. At least from Clayton's side, he said they were both negative. But from Jane Doe's side, she has said that on one of them, her sample got lost and that she was going to send another one. And then the second one, I think it's still in process. Or from what I heard from last time I read it, it was still in process with the results.
I think the results, it didn't really, from my understanding, it's not so much as negative in the sense that he's not the father, but negative in the sense that that's the results that say no DNA fetal.
That's what I was going to ask.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. So there's nothing to test pretty
Right.
much.
Right. That was my next point. So you also, of course, and why would there be no fetal DNA? Is that either because of a miscarriage or is that because there was never a pregnancy? I don't know the answer to that question.
Me neither.
No, I mean,
I do know that they're going to have experts testify. I know that Jane Doe has an expert that's going to come in and testify probably at trial. But then again, they only got a couple hours. I have no idea how they're going to. This is not a 2-hour trial. This is like a 7-day trial at least. In California, they give you as much time you need. In Arizona, nope, 2 hours. 2 hours, but you're going to just have to do your best. It's like, wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
All right. So you also, of course, know that I was accepted as a patient at Scottsdale prenatal, it must be, associates. If I wasn't pregnant, why would a high rate specialty practice that only accepts clients based on records that verify their pregnancy and their condition take me as a client? This is another thing that I've seen in her. There was stuff about her trying to prove ovarian cancer to Mr. Gillespie, and I'll talk to, if I have enough time, I'll talk about that a little bit because I had some questions about Gillespie, but it's a lot of saying, if I didn't have ovarian cancer, then why would this and this and that? Like she's trying to prove, and there's been, I know what the narrative is. I'm not going to repeat it here. Just I have questions. I'm trying to focus on Mr. Echard. I just know that Jane Doe disagrees with the general narrative. We should just always preface that whenever I say something in favor of Clayton, just know that Jane Doe disagrees. But to their credit, they've been pretty forthcoming about, yeah, we did fake an HCG test. And yes, I did alter this ultrasound footage, and they have reasons. So at least I'll give them credit for that. I mean, it's worth something,
Yes.
You've also been provided with recordings of her.
I just sent you a better link.
Oh, thank you,
Sent me,
Jesus, with that one.
but it's on X though, so I don't know if you're gonna have to.
Oh, that's cool. I'll go to X. Did you send it already?
Yeah, it should be sent.
All right. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Where was I at? You also, of course, that I was accepted as a patient in Scottsdale. We got to that part. In addition, you asked for photos within the hour of abortion pills to verify that I had gone. However, would I have been able to send photos of and with the pills with my name on it if I hadn't actually gotten them? In addition, why did I offer to take a pregnancy test immediately when I got to your apartment? And why would I have been positive if I wasn't pregnant? If I was representing Jane Doe, I would advise her against this email. Like, this email is stupid. If you believe the results, just file it as an exhibit and let the evidence speak for itself. You don't need to convince this effing guy. If you really believe that these documents are legitimate, just leave it. But to her attorney's credit, she did a lot of things that her attorneys wouldn't approve of. So she might have just done this on her own. She was probably feeling attacked. She was probably feeling the need to prove things or win the big case with Clayton, which she was never going to do. This is a highly ill-advised email to send because it makes her look guilty. It's like, why are you trying so hard to convince them? Just look, send the evidence as attachments and drop the mic and walk off.
Exactly.
That's what my advice would have been to any of my clients and would have been to Jane Doe. In addition, you asked for, I read that part. No person in their right mind would think. I never would have threatened to go to the media if you hadn't told me at the start of, ? That you would do just that if the pregnancy wasn't real, because people like you need to be held accountable. Your behavior after, you can't say you haven't been given a choice, doing anything to deserve it. I don't know what these ellipses are for. I have no desire for money because I have more than enough. I have no desire for fame because ellipses. I don't know. Is this like redacted or is this what she wrote? And hold you accountable for your actions. I know ellipses, it will be. You wouldn't be, ? Me to guide you to another level. Do we know if that's like how the real email came through? I come home tomorrow afternoon, so if you want us to consider an abortion, this really is your last chance because of timing and the face that neither of us would want to end the pregnancy once there is a heartbeat. I would like to get together tomorrow night to talk and explore intimacy. I have opinions about that sentence.
I'm confused. Can you finish the sentence?
That was
No, I think that's it.
That's the end of the sentence. Let me reread.
Okay.
Let me reread.
It's the sentence.
It just threw me into a loop. I thought we were talking about one thing, and now we're talking about intimacy. I come home tomorrow afternoon, so if you want us to consider an abortion, this really is your last chance because of timing and the face that neither of us would want to end the pregnancy once there is a heartbeat. I would like to get together tomorrow night to talk and explore intimacy. It's time for you to make an effort. If that is something we are considering, obviously, I would love to have sex in the future and feel like I am the safest person you could have sex with. And since I'm pregnant, but if you really think that you, like you said yesterday, my goal was to date and get pregnant during this time, we can absolutely hold off on it. However, it occurred to me that you might believe me more about paternity if you were inside of me and felt how tight I would be after not having sex in more than a year. WTF is she on about? Maybe then you'd believe that I hadn't been sleeping around, and again, you wouldn't be doing me any big favor. Having sex with me is a privilege and not something I have.
Big?
If anyone said that to me, I'd be like, get the fuck out. Shit.
No, I'm confused. She's saying that she didn't have sex in over a year?
This is just kind of out of left field. And so I don't know the context of this email, to be fair.
Then how did she get pregnant?
I mean, she's claiming she has sex with Clayton.
Yes.
She very clearly has stated on the record and under oath that she had intercourse with him.
Mm-hmm.
But she also stated in an email to me that she didn't want to. Well, she didn't say that. Her attorney said she didn't want to because of the timing. Okay, so let me just finish this so I could wrap this email up. If you either don't get back to me tonight or if you give me the final word that you don't want to date and choose the outcome of the pregnancy, we are 100% having the child and there is no going back. What is... All right. I mean it, and I'm at peace either way. My mental health and well-being is affecting our child's, and I would blame you if we have a special needs kid and discover that my stress, hormones, and blood pressure caused that. I just need you to make a decision. Clearly, given the evidence I have given you throughout this process that I have put together in the attached Dropbox file, I am pregnant. I have proactively worked to arrange prenatal paternity tests myself, which should prove to you that I know you're the father. There really are only these two outcomes. So if you don't want to keep it, or if you want to keep it, believing So if you want to keep believing there's not a pregnancy or that you're not the father, you will be sorely mistaken, and it will be too late for us to consider an abortion. I would have no issues going to the media after the prenatal paternity test to expose your horrible treatment of me during this time and lack of compassion despite your mission. If you would stay with me for a few weeks to get me to have an abortion and then block me, go MIA. This is disturbing email.
It is.
Yes.
Like, I just want to know if you're pregnant or not. I'm not trying to have a relationship at that point. Look, if all right.
It sounds like, yeah, guilt tripping him.
How much longer is this? All right, there's I'll finish it for the sake of finishing it. I have a lot of thoughts on Jane Doe I will share. I don't want to completely demonize her. I don't want to throw her under. I mean, she's going through a lot. She's getting a lot of that. I'm really going to be objective with what I say, but let me just finish this. If you wouldn't be excited, don't make that choice. Did I skip something? Oh, I'm talking about really giving things a shot in a different way than either of us have in the past, since this is a unique circumstance. If you wouldn't be excited, don't make that choice. If you're truly not into me, I would rather stick with my morals and have the child. I'm only considering an abortion because I know that's what you want. So if that alone doesn't make me stand out from other women, good luck finding one who would care that much to sacrifice their own values and morals because they believe in your mission. I would trust and respect you enough for you to make the decision on your own as to whether or not we have the abortion. Do you realize how big of a deal this is for me to offer? I would love to be a mom and want that in the future more than anything in the world. But God and you, depending on what you decide, are responsible for deciding what that is or when that is. If it's now, I would be thrilled, but I really do believe in you and the message you want to spread. So please show me that my faith in you isn't misplaced. I would also be so appreciative of the consideration you would be showing for my feelings and why it would be important for me that I would promise to keep everything that happened between us. You need to understand that allowing you to make the decision would be the biggest leap of faith and sacrifice of my life. So if you don't appreciate that, go find someone else and we will move forward toward having the child. You know who this reminds me of? Kelly Kapoor. Dominic, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Kelly Kapoor, when she told Ryan,
Oh, yes. From The Office, right?
yeah,
Yes.
hey, I just want to know if we could go on a date tonight. I really don't think that's a good idea. Well, just so you know, I am pregnant and I'm keeping it. It's like, all right, let's go talk. We'll have dinner tonight at 8. My favorite place? Yeah, my favorite place.
But this is a total opposite. If he says, I'll date you, then I'll have the abortion. But if you say, I won't date you, then I'll keep the child, which...
It was almost lost on me that I did remember her saying that, but this emails are just kind of all over the place.
No, but that has been the narrative the entire time. Like, if you decide to stay with me, then I'll have the abortion.
Yeah.
But if you
so
don't,
that we can continue the relationship.
So you
but if
want
you don't,
him
I'll keep the child.
to be in the relationship under duress. And what world is that working for any man that I've ever known?
this was not the first time she tried to pull one of these with one of her partners.
Well, I know that I don't want to talk too much about the allegations about the others because I don't have the time. I know that there has been there's people out there saying that she's done this. Others, they're not exactly the same. There's some differences, but I know that I'm focusing on this case because I want it to be decided on its merits. So she says, if you don't respond, I know you will end up regretting because I'm offering to give you not just a say but the say in the outcome of our pregnancy. In my heart, I think we will both regret not exploring the abortion option because there will be no going back after this. It's just kind of heartbreaking. I'm going to end it. I don't read the last sentence. It's heartbreaking to read. And it's, here's what I think about Jane Doe. I think that she is a young lady that's probably fairly recently and maybe in her past undergone severe amounts of trauma. She comes off that way. I think that she has abandonment issues, and because of trauma, there are some individuals out there, and I've seen it in my clients, that when they experience trauma, this is kind of their response to gain, for the sake of not being abandoned, will impose trauma on their loved ones to feel as if they are a part of something. It seems like this. Now that email, I'm not going to judge her for her decisions in what she wrote. I just, you're not going to attract a man that way. You're not going to get a guy to stay with you for the sake of staying with you because you're going through this stuff. You are putting him on blast in the media. You've made him the subject of what is going to become an increasingly national narrative of litigation and family court, putting all of his information out there. My understanding about Mr. Echard is that he works in mental health. I don't know exactly what his title is, but
Real estate?
he has stated, well, he does real estate, but he also does like speaking engagements. I think he works in the mental health field. He said that at the hearing on the 23rd, and that he's lost money because of this, because of the things that he's going through. How could you be a person that is of stature to advise these people when you're treating this lady that way? And it's colored initially, the narrative against him, and then as more of this stuff is coming out, it's starting to flip. Now, I'm calling balls and strikes. I'm not here. I have no idea what's going to happen in trial, and I don't know if I've seen the exhaustive evidence. I'm going to, before I get too far into the show, because we've been going for, I don't know how long now. Well, let me just do this. I forgot where my email was. All right. I want to go over some of the questions that I had formulated to Jane Doe herself. This is what I said. Hi, Jane Doe. I do have some questions in light of the orders that came out yesterday. So this is what I said. So there's links out there floating around purporting to be timelines of events dating back to 2014. You've mentioned the Justice for Clay movement, how much of what is contained in the following links is bullshit. And I linked her to this Laura Owens timeline where there's a bunch of text messages and documents and stuff. And I linked her to the Reddit Justice for Clayton Reddit page that has all kinds of stuff, the court filings. So how much of that is bullshit? How much of it is fabricated? Her response to me, well, first she did not respond to me. After I sent her that email, I got an email from her attorney, David Gingras. Hey, I'm attorney for Jane Doe in the paternity case versus Clayton Echard. Laura forwarded your message below and asked me to speak with you, as I may be in a better position to answer some technical questions. And so I said, hey, David, so this is what I sent her, and these are the other questions that I have. So I asked him that question, and he responded to me this morning. I've read some of the questions, but here's what he says to question number 1. So how much of this is bullshit was the question. He says, I don't follow any of that crap on Reddit. I just don't have the time. If you want to ask about something specific, I'm happy to ask Laura for her response. Fine. All right.
That's one. Fair.
But I did ask him a specific thing. So I said, you gave testimony on November 2nd, 2023 at 21:53 that you had taken a pregnancy test. I was citing the video. That you had taken a pregnancy test in front of Clayton. Please forgive my lack of knowledge, but is Clayton still contesting the validity of the pregnancy or denying that you took a pregnancy test in front of him and that confirmed you were pregnant? This is what her attorney says to me. Yes, Clayton is 100% contesting the validity of the pregnancy, despite Laura having taken more than half a dozen tests, all positive, including tests at an urgent care facility, tests that included a blood draw, nearly impossible to fake, and a test that Laura took directly in front of Clayton while he was watching. This was a test that Clayton purchased and then asked Laura to take, which was compelling to me. He's like, so then what are we talking about? Just, do the DNA test, I guess? Initially, when I first started, I was genuinely curious. Where was I? Clayton dismisses all this evidence. And the reason why he's dismissing it, I've learned, is because he believes that HCG levels can be manipulated a bunch of different ways. How that works, I'm not a scientist. I'm not that kind of a doctor. I'm a doctor of law, not in medicine. So I don't purport to have any knowledge, but that's why he's denying the validity of the test. I guess just because he thinks Laura faked everything. Right. That is what he thinks. So on that issue, attached are copies of an email from Clayton to Laura sent from June 21st, 2023 with the subject line, something to consider. The original email was sent via Gmail, and it contains embedded images that make it print incorrectly as a PDF. So there's a reformatted version of the same email that's easier to read. Both emails are identical other than the formatting change. This email was sent about a month after Laura and Clayton hooked up. As you can see, Clayton admits in this email that Laura could be pregnant. He has always denied having intercourse with Laura. She claims he stuck it in briefly without her consent. But by his own admission, there was enough physical contact between them to make pregnancy a possibility. And we kind of saw that demonstrated in his testimony on October 23rd. Well, it wasn't his testimony. He believes that he remembers everything and that it was oral sex only. But then he also, I think, alluded to, and then Jane Doe had alluded to, no. Don't you remember you were high and you couldn't, remember or recollect things? And I think there's probably a brief moment of time just reading the tea leaves where it was like, did I stick it in? Did something happen? Like what? I don't. And he was questioning himself. So both of those narratives could reasonably be true. To be fair, but yeah, it is highly relevant, but I don't think it's an answerable question about whether or not they actually had intercourse, because there's no test that's going to prove that. I mean, you could argue the pregnancy test, but those are in dispute. So she says he did. He says that he didn't. That's where we're at. So what's the tiebreaker? Mm-hmm. What's the tiebreaker, Eliana? Credibility. So this case is going to come down to who is more believable. Mm-hmm. And it's difficult to do that when you've admitted to altering evidence.
It is.
So that's a huge hurdle that her attorneys are going to have to get over. No, next question I asked. In the judge's recital of the facts, and that's in the order that I was reading, I'm not going to read that. There's plenty of people that have read it ad nauseum. I hate LawTube. Did you know that we're LawTubers? Dave Neal said that we're a LawTuber or of that. So we're LawTubers. But I hate when well, here's a document. Let me just read it word for word. Mm-hmm. I know I've done that in the past, but it's really boring. I bore myself. So I'm not going to read the whole thing verbatim. But my question was this. In the judge's recital of the facts, she had mentioned that you feared Clayton would harass the employees of the facility where you obtained your ultrasound. What were you afraid that he was going to do? Had he harassed any of the medical facilities attending to you in the past? This is her attorney's response. Mm-hmm. This involves the order of protection stuff that happened before I was involved. I don't have any knowledge of this, so Laura will need to offer input. And then, I apologize, Jane Doe will have to offer input. And Jane Doe did offer input. Right below her attorney's response, this is Jane Doe's response. Clayton had sent harassing text messages to me and had threatened to get into contact with Michael Maricini, my abusive ex. See attached police report that I filed in July. But what does that have to do with the facilities? Mm-hmm. Like if he's just going to call the facilities, number one, they're not going to give them your information because it's, of HIPAA requirements. There's testimony out there that she waived HIPAA so that he could get results, but then she didn't tell him what facility it was. Even if he showed up to the facility physically, they're not giving him any information. And if he really is harassing the staff, they'll just arrest his ass. Yes. I have had one occasion where there was legitimately a dad that was showing up to all the child's doctor appointments and making a scene and yelling at doctors. And there one time in my nearly 11-year career that actually happened. So I just want to know, is that what you're saying, that he's going to physically go there and just cause undue embarrassment or whatever? Because if it's just the phone calls and you're trying to prove to the guy that, I'm legitimately pregnant, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. That's what you wanted the order of protection for. It doesn't appear to me that was why they granted the order of protection. It was more of the bullying stuff online, right? So that's her response. Her attorney doesn't have really an opinion on it. It was before my time. And Jane Doe's response is, well, he sent me harassing text messages, threatened to get into contact with Michael Maricini. I did ask her about Maricini. So here's what I know about the Maricini restraining order. So back in 2018, there was a restraining order request up in Northern California. San Francisco. Yes. And the restraining order was not litigated. It was agreed to by way of stipulation. It looks like they agreed to a 2-year restraining order. You ask, why would they agree to a restraining order? It happens when you don't have any minor children together, where you don't have to be concerned about Family Code Section 3044 in California, which states that if you were found to have committed acts of domestic violence against the other parent, then there is a presumption that you should not have custody or anything more than supervised visitation with the children until you overcome this presumption, which creates an impediment to having a relationship with your children. But since they didn't have any children together, who gives a shit about that? If you don't want me to contact you anymore, I will sign your restraining order. What's the benefit to the guy that's getting the restraining order against? Well, he doesn't have to have litigated all of his personal details of these allegations about he did various things and whatnot. So that would be the benefit to him. I've had people say, could we just agree to the restraining order so this could be over with? But, okay, but what about 3044? It's like, oh, yeah. All right, fine. I guess we'll fight it. You know, I've had things like that happen. So, but anyway, they agreed to the restraining order. And then a couple years later, there was an evidentiary hearing where it was granted. But one of my questions was, so the restraining order against Maricini was granted, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name, was granted in 2018 by way of stipulation. I viewed the docket through Trellis, which is disconcerting as I would assume this would be confidential. I'm assuming this means that the allegations were not litigated originally. I know that the restraining order was renewed in 2020 for 5 years after a hearing, which is the maximum time that it could be renewed for. What did he do to warrant the renewal? Could you shed some light on what Maricini did to warrant the renewal? I have to assume he severely violated the restraining order from 2018. Her attorney's response was, the complete, I think, Maricini DV file is available here at Geringer's Law. He lists a link. If you look at pages 25 through 30 of this PDF, there's a declaration from Laura where she explains the grounds for renewal. And I don't want to read 5 pages of legal text, but the portion that I could see without getting too much is, so there was and this is what it says. In 2018, Mr. Maricini and I stipulated the court's issuance of a 2-year Kletz restraining order after hearing. Expires on July 10th. Based on Maricini's violations of that order and my ongoing fear, due to both his violations and to the severe violence that led to the restraining order, I'm requesting a permanent renewal of that order. Brief summary of incidents leading to the event. As I detailed for the court in March 29th of 2018, supplemental declaration in support of my restraining order, Mr. Maricini was brutally violent to me during our relationship, in addition to his frequent verbal berating of me, so severe that a complete stranger slipped me a note when Mr. Maricini went to the bathroom during our December 30th, 2016 international flight to Iceland, telling me to run from Mr. Maricini and get help and protection. She later submitted a declaration and agreed to testify at the hearing in support of my restraining order request. He slapped me and strangled me during sex on multiple occasions, despite my telling him not to do so and him promising never to do it again, and smothered me into unconsciousness. I've had cases that have dealt with that level of violence before. One of the defenses to that is, well, we did rough sex. Matter of fact, we had like a bucket list of sex things that we were going to do, and one of them was simulated forcible rape. I've had those cases before. Trevor Bauer recently had a case litigated where there was a similar kind of thing where let's engage in strangulation. It's a thing. And then there was bruising on her neck, and then she files for a restraining order. That was overturned. But that's not the only thing she did. I'm not saying that she's full of shit or anything. That would have been the defense. If I was defending Maricini, I would have wanted to subpoena the Iceland witness that she claims. But obviously didn't litigate it. As detailed in March 29th declaration, on one occasion in mid-February 2017, Mr. Maricini held me down so hard while he had sex with me that I was bruised. You know what? Let me just download this. Let me go to his link and see if it has the full. I just want to get what I get that there was stuff that happened before. I just want to know what the violations would have been of the restraining order. If it lets me open it, let's see. Hey, how's the live doing, Dominic? I haven't checked in on them in a while.
It's good.
Is everybody with me still? Am I boring everybody with? Am I boring everybody with my voice? This document is struggling to load. Here, let me close some of this stuff. Maybe that's. Bear with me, folks. Let me refresh.
Also, whenever you want to roll the aura, let me know.
Oh, yes. Let me cue that one in. Let me just see if this is gonna load first. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot made of authentication of evidence in this case, specifically as it relates. Matter of fact, there's been Dave Neal had raised or led I don't know if it was some kind of a fundraising campaign where he had Maricini's entire computer forensically analyzed to test the veracity of text messages and things and metadata of different things. He spent like $3,000 to get the thing basically authenticated.
Yes.
And the reason why is because there was a lot of stuff that was floating around about you're faking this thing, faking that thing. One of the products, well, the sponsor of the show, Aura, is amazing. Whenever anybody tries to tap in to your stuff, and you think that it wouldn't happen, but I literally had my entire Instagram and Facebook wiped out like not too long ago. While this loads, I'm going to play our sponsor's advertisement. It looks like it's up right now. But yeah, Aura is amazing. Since I've had them, the people that were trying to hack my Instagram have been found out, and it's only because of Aura. And so I highly support what they do, especially if you find yourself embroiled in the litigation such as the subject of, this show for today. We're going to roll that, and then we'll come back after it's over. Go ahead, Dominic. Take a moment to consider our show sponsor, Aura, Internet Security. If you have been following my Instagram or my Facebook, you would know that we have been attacked by hackers, and both of those accounts have been deleted, ripped off of the face of the earth. It happens. Hacking is a real thing that occurs. And let me tell you something else. Data brokers will sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. And you might not believe it, but your full name, your email address, your home address, your health records, your relatives, your children, your spouse, all of it is out there. I am a lawyer. I do my own background checks. I pay good money for my background checks, but it's starting to get to the point where you could Google anybody's name and some kind of a secondary source of information, such as a birth date or email address or something, and you will find that you can Google all of this information. It's just out there for people to exploit. That's why I have decided to use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. On Aura they show me specifically which data brokers are selling my information and automatically submits opt-out requests for me. And I'll tell you what, I had them when I signed up for their services. They showed me there was 3 separate internet brokers that were selling my information that they automatically got rid of for me by taking the initiative to opt out of those memberships. So cleaning up my information, cleaning up your information, and not only reduces the amount of spam that I get, it protects me from hackers that could use my information to help them access my social media accounts. Highlight, if you've been a follower of my Instagram or my TikTok, or well, not my TikTok, but my Facebook, you will know that those accounts no longer exist. It had nothing to do with anything. I had a 20-year-old Facebook account. It's completely gone because of hackers, spammers, whatever you want to call it. It's gone. So it protects me from that. It protects your social media accounts, your bank accounts, other sensitive information. Also, Aura does so much more to protect me and my family from online threats that I can't see. I get other features like antivirus, VPN, password management, parental controls, identity theft insurance, and more without having to download several different apps. It's really easy to set it up. I did it, matter of fact, this morning. It took me about a couple of minutes to get me all set up and protected. And you get it all at a really easy, affordable price. But beside that, you might already have some of these tools already, but not having Aura is literally like locking the front door and leaving the back door wide open. People just walk right in and take all of your stuff. I value my privacy. I value yours. You can go right now to aura.com/tiltedlawyer to start your 2-week free trial, no cost to you. It's going to be linked below in the description. Go in and sign up for your free 14-day trial and experience all of the protection that comes with Aura Internet Security. It's powered by artificial intelligence. You're not going to regret it. Go on in and check them out.
All right.
All right, we're back. Folks, I'm so sorry about the length of that commercial. I just told Dominic we're going to do another one and maybe cut that down to 45 seconds max. Jesus. But seriously, check out Aura. But I found what I was looking for. So this is how he violated the restraining order. I saw somebody in the chat before I get started with that say this is not about credibility. No, it's not specifically just about credibility to the extent that we don't have provable, verifiable evidence otherwise. Because really where the court is going with this is, hey, Jane Doe, you're going to have to show me something that shows that you were verifiably pregnant. I know you got these HCG tests. You're going to have an expert come in. It needs to be verifiable scientifically. Otherwise, I'm going to have questions. Because with a lack of evidence, all I meant by that was this. If there is an evidentiary tie, meaning the weight of evidence is a literal tie, the tiebreaker is credibility, which means something. And so, yes, the evidence will speak to itself, but credibility is enormously persuasive in cases like this.
Just to give you an example, I did have a case where at the end, the judge said, I don't believe either one of the people. I don't know where to stand, but just because I have proof that this one at some point did something that it was not credible, I'm going to go ahead and then give it to the other person.
Exactly.
That's the tiebreaker.
And it really sucks when there's evidence that you manipulated evidence that is floating around in the record that is not disputed. That sucks. That's like the worst. It's almost like in boxing, if you were to get knocked down, you get a standing 8 count, you get a point withdrawn, you know. I don't know if that's going to land or not, but at any rate, so we were talking about Maraschini, how he violated the restraining order. So incidents after the 2018 restraining order, one of the restraining order terms to which Mr. Maraschini agreed was the standard 100-yard stay-away order prohibiting him from coming within 100 yards of me, my home, my workplace, etc. I understood that part of the reason he was willing to agree to this restraint was because he was moving to San Carlos in San Mateo County. It gave me more peace of mind to know that he would be living more than 25 miles away. I was reassured by his move. On July 16th, less than a week after issuance of the restraining order, after hearing, my parents told me that they had seen Maraschini in my neighborhood. Through my lawyer, I communicated with Mr. Maraschini's lawyer that Mr. Maraschini was violating our agreement and the order. On information and belief, his attorney said that Maraschini had been buying a bed nearby on 3 different occasions in 2018 after the restraining order was in place. Our mutual friend, Joan, told me that she saw Mr. Maraschini around my neighborhood. 2 of my friends from the Berries boot camp gym who knew about Mr. Maraschini and knew I had a restraining order in place told me that on 2 separate occasions in late summer on early fall of 2018, Mr. Maraschini had come to the Berries boot camp gym, the same one where Mr. Maraschini knew I went to daily before and during our relationship. They expressed concern for me and surprise at having seen him there. One day around the beginning of April of 2019, some friends from the same Berries boot camp gym, where have taken over 980 classes, told me that Mr. Maraschini had again come into the gym. They said he didn't work out, just came and got a shake at the fuel bar. Someone sent me a screenshot of Maraschini's Instagram post from April 5th, 2019, showing he was outside the gym. The gym is approximately 300 yards from my home, around the corner from me. While I realize this is farther than 100 yards from my home, I can think of no reason for Mr. Maraschini's to be at the particular gym around the corner from my house that he knows I go to regularly. All right. One day after the summer 2019, my mom told me that she saw Maraschini at a restaurant about a block from my house. Another time in late 2019, my mom told me she saw him getting into his car a couple blocks from my house while she was driving to pick me up. In mid-January of 2020, I saw Mr. Maraschini at the restaurant De La Rosa, which is across the street from my home, well within 100 yards from my home. When I saw him near my home, I panicked, I felt paralyzed, and I didn't know where to run or what to do. I was afraid of whether he would approach me or harm me, make a scene. I was flooded with horrible memories. One day in early May of 2020, I was walking to the pharmacy on Chestnut Street near my home when I saw Mr. Maraschini right across the street from my house, standing in line for takeout at De La Rosa. He was wearing the green Patagonia jacket I gave him, and he is very tall and has a distinctive look, so I was certain it was him. I was with my mom and I saw him turn towards us, and I believe he saw us. When I saw him, I was very scared. I began to have a panic attack, which I believe she probably did have a panic attack. She's very, Jane Doe is a very emotive person.
Yes. I'm just thinking, that guy really loved that restaurant. He could have just DoorDashed it.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to find a defense for Maraschini and all of that. If he really lives 25 miles away, what is he doing there?
Exactly.
There's other gyms. I'm not going 25 miles out of the way anywhere.
But the gym, I don't really care because she hasn't really said that she was there at the same time that he was. I mean, it's not like the restraining order restricts him from being in her neighborhood. It's just from.
Well,
her.
yeah, but I think
So
the point
it's-
was like he doesn't have
There's
a
a
reason to be there.
possibility. Yeah.
It's just that he knew I was there, and so maybe he's just trying to run into me on accident to intimidate. And that would have been her narrative.
But
And
the
it is her
restaurant
narrative.
one, apparently, it's within the 100 yards, and that, of course, is.
Yeah, which would
will
be
be a
highly. If
violation.
I was advising Maraschini, what do you need to go there for, dude? Find a different spot because they're going to come back and accuse you of things and whatever. Where did I leave off? When I came out of the pharmacy, I saw that he had walked across my street. All right. Paragraph 19. Mr. Maraschini, brutal and repeated violence against me during a relationship, and then his stalking of me when I tried to get out of the relationship have caused me severe psychological distress. I have been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Since he did all of these things on me, I struggle to have any intimate relationship. I sleep on my couch to avoid being in my bed where he hurt me. Some of this might bite her in the acid trial, is my thought on reading this. I apologize. I'm like in real time, like there's dots connecting between this case and the Maraschini case. And there's strategies forming in my head. I have frequent flashbacks of his hands around my neck, not being able to breathe or scream, and him violently SAing me. She uses the grape word, graping me. Every time I leave my apartment, I look over my shoulder expecting he will grab me or push me or strangle me. I never go anywhere alone at night. I have friends or family walk me all the way inside my building in case he is there waiting like he was before. I carry pepper spray. All right, she goes on. I think that's enough. So I guess really what the violations would have been was her perceived stalking. And to be fair, it was litigated and they granted her renewal. So the judge was convinced enough. So that's fair.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that she's not the victim of any of this stuff. She very well, it may have gone down like that. I mean, I've represented many women that have been to that level, even further, domestically violenced in that regard. And those emotions, those panic attacks, I've been in the courtroom while they were present, and you see them like start to tremble, start to shake, and I'll have to assure my client, hey, I'm right here. The bailiff is right there. If he tries to come over there, they will taser his ass so fast. This is the safest place he could be. But even then, it's like, hey, let him walk out, and then we'll walk out together, escort to the parking lot, and all those things. I've seen it's a real anxiety that exists. So I believe her when she says those things. Another question I asked her. So I reviewed the orders from Maricopa County that were released yesterday morning. And I think I already talked about this. In one of the orders, it was revealed that you changed the name. The latter was added to
Chat is saying his sister lived right next door to the restaurant.
Oh.
I wonder if he had the opportunity to say that. It's difficult to know without hearing his side. So I'm sure he has a defense. I have to assume he tried to defend himself. I have to imagine that would have been one of the things that he would have advanced. I wonder if the judge would have been like, okay, well, how often are you visiting your sister?
Just see her somewhere else. Like,
yeah, there's a restraining order, dipshit. You gotta,
Yeah,
you're asking for trouble.
'Cause
Oh, Dominic, edit me.
he did it with me when we went live 100 times.
You're watching the live show. This one is a little more rated R than the polished version, where Dominic edits all of that shit out, the stuff out.
yeah, there you go.
Oh boy, my mom is so disappointed in me right now. Okay, so Laura admitted to changing the name of the facility. Okay, has it ever been established the specific date that she miscarried? Now this is vitally important because there are claims from Echard's side that there were literally hearings that took place in this case where she knew that she wasn't pregnant and stated she was anyway under oath. So one of the things that I have asked, I asked this of Dave Neal, if he had any information, and he had information that I can't really publish. Because he didn't really have a good answer for it either, because nobody really knows, but it's the big question. So when did she exactly miscarry? This is her attorney's response. This is addressed in our expert disclosure, which they attached. The bottom line is that because of the way Laura's pregnancy ended, it's not possible to determine an exact date, which is fair.
It is. It's hard.
fair because, you know.
Well, there's many ways to lose a pregnancy.
Yeah.
If you have, of course, some sort of bleeding or pain, that might help determine when you started miscarrying. But if there was none of that and it was what they call a silent miscarriage,
I've heard of those.
Usually by the time that you know, there's not much that you can do to tell. There's the doctors will tell you, oh, we think the baby was dead maybe about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But that's about it. They're not gonna be okay. Yes, it was on this date that you miscarried. Yeah,
an
at this
exact
time.
date, but even getting a reasonable time frame is important. But here's the thing: the more that Jane Doe is able to stretch out the probable timeline, the less likely it is that Clayton will be able to prevail on a claim that she was fraudulently making something up. That's why it's significant. So this is what that's going to be honestly one of their main scoring points when they go to trial on June 10th. But her attorney continues. I realize that most lay people think that a miscarriage means the baby dies and then is expelled from the mom in a bloody mess. That is one way pregnancies can end, but it's not the only way, as we've just gone over. And again, I don't even know the scope of how many different ways, but it's true.
There's many.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways people can miscarry. So prior to consulting with our expert, a retired OBGYN, I had no idea that this was even possible, but apparently it's not uncommon for a woman to get pregnant, the fetus grows for a while, and then dies. But rather than being expelled from the mom's body, the tissue remains inside and is reabsorbed back into the body, which is crazy to think about, but it suggests that you may not have any idea that you've actually miscarried, and there's no visible sign of it, which lends itself to the probability that perhaps she really thought that she was pregnant. And here's on Jane's.
No, but just a little note that usually happens very early in the pregnancy. If you're
farther along.
Yeah.
Which leads me to the idea, how are we going to do this trial in 2 hours? This is a 7-day trial. Every day of the week and twice on Tuesday. And so this is going to be this should be like a battle of the experts. This needs to be dissected because I don't know what the truth is on that, but defending Jane Doe a little bit, just taking her perspective. If she really thought that she was pregnant, I know I just read that email, that crazy email where it was hey, I'll get an abortion if you stay with me. But, and you literally have the fate of this child in your hands. If you're with me, I will abortion myself. If not, then we're going to have this baby, which is crazy. Let's just pretend I didn't read that. If she didn't know that she had the miscarriage, she generally thought, she files this paternity petition, that's reasonable, and then she dismisses it upon learning that, I'm actually not pregnant anymore. That's something that happens.
Yeah.
And so the question really is, and you have to take it in context with that email. That email is not a good one for her. Because if I'm looking at the weight of evidence, it's starting to go this way. And as her attorney, I would have been really upset with her for sending that email. I would have been really upset with the way that she was emoting during the hearing in November when she was making all of these faces and stuff. And I'm not going to play it because you guys can find that at other places. And I've already been going for a really long time. But just some of the way that she's conducted herself, where you would normally give sympathy to somebody, it doesn't attach to her because you have all of this other context. And that's the issue. And I think that that's what the judge is picking up on if you read her orders and her recital of the facts in this case. This case will be won or lost on whether or not the judge believes that Jane Doe faked the pregnancy. And she's going to hear evidence about the different ways that you can miscarry. And she's going to hear evidence, presumably, about how you could fake HCG levels. And there's going to be propensity evidence where you wouldn't normally be because of the Gillespie case and other witnesses, because they failed in their motion in limine. They're going to be able to bring in those people to say that, hey, she did this to me too. That's coming in. So now you're going to have this narrative that's going to be supported by propensity evidence that wouldn't normally be admissible, but it will be admissible in a family court setting. And the judge is going to have to make a decision about whether or not she faked this or not, which is going to require an enormous amount of evidence from Echard's side. You're going to have to prove through clear and convincing evidence that this was a fraud perpetrated on you. But I'll tell you what, that email that the chat had me read is really damning. It is an absurdly illogical email, which to my mind, I mean, it was really long, it was rambling, but the tenor of that email was, hey, you control the fate of this baby's life. Stay with me and the baby shall be aborted. She did say, I believe in my heart of hearts that once you get to know me, that you will change your mind about the abortion thing. It's kind of what she said at the end. But if you don't want to be with me, I'm having this baby 100% and I'm going to get child support and I'm going to get all this. She didn't say child support. I'm paraphrasing. I'm attaching my own assumptions to that. It's not fact what I just said. But she did file for child support and a paternity test. And so there is that. Anyway, let me move on. This case is just so exhausting.
It is.
I'm like emotionally drained. I've been absorbing this case since Tuesday. And again, for the listening audience, I'm just a family law attorney, man. I knew nothing of this case. I was fully prepared to support the idea that Jane Doe was telling the truth. And I was also fully prepared to, I said in my community post, I'm going to call balls and strikes. As the evidence sits right now, I have questions. I haven't come to any conclusions yet because I'm waiting for the trial. But for right now, it doesn't look too good. If I am trying to make predictions, I'll say this. I think that it's more probable than not that the case will end up in a dismissal without sanctions on the part of, they'll dismiss Echard's petition. The reason I think that is because I don't know if there's enough evidence to prove that this was a fictitious pregnancy. There are positive pregnancy tests out there. And I haven't seen all the evidence, but I can see a world where it's dismissed because the judge just doesn't have enough, but she's comfortable saying that and vilifying this lady. There's also a world where, you know what, this lady's full of shit. Come on now. You can't just sit here and I can't just look at that email and know that you fabricated this HCG test and know that you fabricated the sonogram and changed information on it and believe anything that you say. Ruling in favor of Mr. Echard, I award him whatever sanction she's going to award. Proceed to defamation lawsuit in a future civil case. So I could see where both worlds are headed. I just need more evidence. Let me, before I forget, get to the rest of this. So I asked, is the alleged Fiverr ultrasound the only ultrasound in existence purporting to be of the actual pregnancy? This is her attorney's response. I think Jane Doe will say the Fiverr ultrasound is something fake that a third party created and then tried to blame on her. I've never actually seen this. And I've certainly seen no evidence that Laura had anything to do with creating it. This is Jane Doe's response. She says, the Fiverr ultrasound that Dave Neal has spoken about, and he's got t-shirts about a Fiverr ultrasound with his attorney on a donkey. I saw that yesterday. It made me laugh. She says the Fiverr ultrasound that Dave Neal has spoken about was something he claims was sent to Greg Gillespie in 2021 and has nothing to do with Clayton Echard. I never had an ultrasound with Gillespie and have maintained this from the moment he brought it up in our civil case. My pregnancy was personally confirmed to Greg in a call that he demanded after I took a pregnancy test at One Medical. And I'm happy to have them send you the records that specifically state that. Well, I'd really appreciate that, actually. On my live, I would request, if you got those records, send them to me. I'd love to have it. I would love to see it, because my question was...
I saw them on the timeline. I do remember seeing One Medical and one of the documents, and it was talking about that. But that's about like Greg.
But is that ultrasound the same? Is it? I guess my question is there only one ultrasound? I know the Fiverr one. I know the One Medical one. Are they the same thing?
I don't know.
Chat,
I saw
what
so
do you guys
many
know?
ultrasounds preparing for this case that I don't remember.
There's a whole bunch.
So my only point in saying that was she has to produce a credible ultrasound showing the pregnancy, because it's not reasonable to me that somebody would be pregnant for 5 months and only have one that she altered. That's not reasonable. It doesn't lend to credibility. As a judge, I would need to see a little bit more. It's going to be highly relevant. Dominic, what you got for me?
Nothing. I'm waiting to see if chat sends.
Oh, you got to stop looking at me like that, dude.
Well, to give you an on that point, I've known people that have been pregnant and have never gotten a sonogram, ultrasound, whatever. Or people that have gone to one, confirm that they're pregnant and never go back.
Well, there's also accounts of women, hey, I didn't know I was pregnant until I sat on the toilet and then a baby fell out. There's all kinds of narratives out there.
A positive pregnancy test does not mean necessarily that you're pregnant.
Yeah, I know. It could mean...
The stick ones.
So that's why they usually do this. So
well, that's why you got to go to the doctors to ultrasound and really confirm.
And then get the blood tests and everything.
That's true. Because, I've got 3 children myself. My oldest just graduated high school on Wednesday. I got a 4 and a 5-year-old. I've seen all of their ultrasounds. And they do like the stomach one, and then they do the invasive one. It's like, Jesus. And then it's that movie on Knocked Up. And you're next. I'm just kidding. These are stupid jokes. All right. Is there any reason why Laura didn't file a DV claim against Clayton, given that she has claimed, I think we already went over that.
Yes.
Totally fair question. Asked her the same thing, and that was my WTF to a Jane Doe. And then the other one, did she fabricate an HCG? And says, yeah, she did, because she was afraid of what David Neal was doing about making videos. She panicked, didn't know how to get the media and bloggers. And if she did, that was a really poor decision on her part, really dumb, because it, once again, on the credibility scale of things, which is the ultimate tiebreaker, it takes away. So that's what we have with respect to that. As far as... Gosh, I had notes prepared for this show. I haven't looked at them not once. And how long I've been talking now? A couple of hours? Jesus. There's more stuff out there. There's that I was going to talk about. I'm not going to get to them on this video. It's just too long of a show. But I was going to talk about, there's something out there floating around on Reddit. I haven't asked Jane Doe about this. I haven't asked her attorney about this. I imagine that they would deny it. But there's stuff out there floating that she faked cancer. I will talk about that. That was on the Reddit post.
I think the thread was deleted, if I'm not wrong.
No, I'm looking at it right now. I can't zoom in on it.
No, it's not right. I had issues also, like reading it. You can see some of the messages, but the pictures, it's...
Yeah, I'm not going to... I don't want to get too much into it. If it's not... If I can't read it, it's like a... But there is... evidence floating out there that purports to be proof of her faking cancer. There's text messages from Laura and Greg Gillespie, who she just talked about. Another man she accused of being a father of her unborn twins. And there's text messages out there purporting to be of an ultrasound. I see this text message. And in this, tell me if this sounds familiar. This is a text message to Gillespie. Okay, I haven't had any bleeding yet. I'm feeling so sick from these pills. This is so traumatic knowing what is going on right now in my body. I'm so sad right now. Do you understand how awful this is for me right now? This is worse than the first pill, to know I'm going to physically lose the baby. Did I make a huge mistake, or are we actually going to end up together? I hate this, and this is only worth it if we end up working out. I'm so nervous about everything. This isn't even hard for you. And she's sending him pictures and videos. Does it go beyond this? There's a picture of her standing in a window. And then there's another message. Based on your behavior the last 2 nights, I have no reason to believe that you said you wanted to be with me, except for that you were manipulating me into getting an abortion. And I definitely shouldn't be reaching out. You have been very cruel, and I'm guessing you're embarrassed. As mad as I am, I keep thinking back to my gut feeling about you and why I did this in the first place. I don't believe this is who you are at all, nor who you would be with me without this as a factor. Same goes for me. I missed 2 interviews this morning, which has never happened, and I'm trying to go to the doctors because I feel awful. My dad got taken into surgery early, so that may not happen until later. This is one long email message. Kind of sounds like the email that we read from Clayton, right? The same tenor, the same playbook, you know, the attachment of trauma to manipulate, seemingly. I will never be spoken of that way that you have talked to me recently. If I've totally mischaracterized you and this is who you are, or if I would bring this side out in you outside of this specific situation, you need to tell me. I had to base the biggest decision of my life on who I thought you were on our 4 dates, and saw something very special. If you will always think of me as the girl who had an unplanned pregnancy with and won't be able to view me differently, you, well, I don't know what this is. They kind of just cut off right there. Oh, well, there's an ultrasound photo. The next slide in this. Now, look, this is off of Reddit. This has not been corroborated by Jane Doe's side or her attorney, so I don't know if what I'm reading is bullshit or not. It's just it is a post on Reddit that purports to be text messages from Laura to Gillespie. And in these text messages, there's ultrasounds and other messages. And under this ultrasound image, it says, looks like you're going to be a dad to one of 2 babies. Was sick enough to go to the clinic this afternoon and had to get an ultrasound to make sure I wasn't having an ectopic pregnancy. I wasn't. I found out that I've been pregnant with twins. Looks like one of them passed or isn't doing well, probably because of the medicine I took. I had the option of a surgical abortion and elected not to. And she goes on and on and on. I don't see any responses from Gillespie. There's some. She
very
says,
small.
Right. The first one, it says you're going to birth a baby with birth defects. You took pills. Those are 2 questions that he asked, and this is in response to her saying, "I would have had the surgical abortion today if you were supporting me. I still would if you still intended to keep your word." Yeah, that's kind of. I understand why people are saying this is like the same case as Gillespie. It's mirroring her response to this guy's mirroring what happened with the Gillespie case. So I get it. She claims it's different, but they're kind of similar.
Yes.
They look a lot alike. To my objective eye, this looks like the same thing that she sent to Clayton. And matter of fact, if I were to close my eyes and just read this sounds like the email that I read.
She gave him the same option. You either stay with me and I abort, or
Leave me and
if
I'll
you
have
leave
the
me,
kid.
I'll have the kid.
That is crazy. I could not imagine being in that scenario as a man. And there's a lady that is saying those things to you, like all the way, all the things that will be racing through my mind, especially as a younger man, maybe sub 30. I mean, I'm 43. But so in response to when he said you took pills, she said, I won't know until later on what the issue would be, if any. It's kind of cut off right here. Oh, so what do you want to do? It clearly affected at least one, considering how small it is. I guess she would have been pregnant with twins. So she claimed to be pregnant with twins with Gillespie, and there's ultrasound pictures of it. And then Gillespie in response says, it's one baby. And then she says, all I have wanted is to date without pressure. If you want to keep your word and go on dates with a good attitude, I'll drop any lawsuit for good, regardless of the outcome. All right, that one actually pisses me off. If this is actually an email that she sent and it's not bullshit. And again, I asked her attorney. And I asked her directly, is any of the Reddit stuff bullshit? And their response to me was, I don't know. It's all troll stuff. I don't read anything. You got any specific questions? Look, I'm not going to play that game. They know what the F I was talking about. Is there anything in that Reddit post or the timeline on those links that is untrue? Just say yes if there's one thing untrue. But if you're going to claim to me that, you know what, I don't read that crap. The hell you didn't. As an attorney, not only have you read that stuff, you've cataloged it. This is what pisses me off. This is why I hate attorneys. Look, if I tell you that thing is brown, it's like, no, actually, it's like a leather tan. We could never be friends. And that's what attorneys try to do all the time. You know, if I'm asking that question, he knows GD well what I'm asking him. And his response is, ask me something specific. No. I have to assume he knows good and well.
Oh, yes.
Because of the David Neal stuff. And he's preparing. He's literally said, well, to be fair, he didn't say it. Let me get back to my email. Jane Doe said that, just so I don't misquote, my attorney, David Gingras, which is the guy that I talked to, specializes in internet law and defamation. He knows those Reddit posts. He's cataloged them. They're part of his discovery. They're a part of a trial book somewhere. He is actively preparing to initiate legal actions against Dave Neal and any collaborators spreading these harmful narratives. We are committed to defending my rights and correcting the public distortions. Am I to believe that this specialist in internet law and defamation who is preparing to initiate legal actions against David Neal and collaborators spreading these harmful narratives doesn't know what the narratives are? My guess is not only does he know about it, he knows it probably with biblical accuracy. Like he could recite, actually on that post in page 43 of the comments, because that's what you do when you prepare for trial. You know it backwards and forwards. So that evasive response, it pisses me off because we're not stupid here on the Tilted Lawyer podcast. It's condescending for him to say something like that. I've seen him make similar remarks to others. Megan, what's her name? Megan Fox? She had asked him questions about a statement that he made regarding people that have gone against me in court have either ended up disbarred or in jail. And then she just asked him, hey, if you wouldn't mind sending me the names of people that have been disbarred or in jail, I would really appreciate it. And then he sent her back a snarky email like, you are a journalist. You can figure it out yourself. But I had 3 cases in mind specifically, and you could read that, watch that. Anyway, I understand what Gingras is trying to say, but his non-response to me is louder than anything that he could have said. He could, for example, he could have just said, look, I understand that there's a lot of evidence out there. A lot of that stuff is text messages that are exhibits in this case. A lot of the stuff is filings in this case, but there are distortions of that evidence. And, it's impossible for me to pinpoint what that is in such a vague question. If you could be more specific, I'd appreciate that. But the short answer to that question is yes, some of that is bullshit. I would have appreciated that. But for him to say, I don't read that bullshit, and to get me to suggest that, well, I guess he doesn't know then. He's never seen those posts. Come on, man. What are we doing? So I don't appreciate that response from Mr. Gingras. And it leads me to believe that there's probably a hell of a lot of truth in that stuff. What portion of it is, I don't know, because they failed to respond directly that any of it is categorically untrue. But I do know that a lot of it purports to be actual text messages. I don't know if any of them have been adulterated. I don't know if any of them have been manipulated. A lot of it is the court filings. A lot of this stuff is online. And a lot of it is the actual court filings. And so to that regard, the evidence that I've gone over, I have to believe or assume is true. Now, I'm going to state categorically that there's a trial scheduled for June 10th. You know, it pains me to make this video because just last week, weren't we talking about, we made a whole show about domestic violence, about the Michael Miller case, and about the perils of domestic violence and the ways that men manipulate and attack and abuse women. And there was this whole show. So when I initially got this email, I was very much of that mindset, you know, protector of women. And I was raised by women, all the women in my life. You know, I have a wife. I got 3 girls. I'm surrounded by women. In this office right now, it's literally a bunch of women and Dominic. He keeps looking at me funny.
Chet wants to know, what do you think about her lawyer tweeting about the case?
He shouldn't. I would think that should be beneath him. It's not advisable. If you want to, I just don't think that lawyers should jump on Twitter. I don't know. I know that he's made some tweets. I haven't read them because they're not altogether all that relevant to me in terms of the veracity of this case. I am sticking objectively to the truth, and the truth that I understand is that there has been what the judge has described as agreed upon alterations of evidence. I understand what the issues are, and I understand how this case is going to be won. And right now, if I'm looking at it objectively, Clayton Echard has a substantial lead, but I think that Jane Doe has a buffer of time because all she has to prove is that it was reasonable for her to assume that she was pregnant. If she could establish that, and that she could base that off of whatever HCG test there's been positive ones, if there's other ultrasounds that are verifiable, because one of the things I said was, okay, fine. You said that she claimed that the ultrasound that she took was anonymous, and therefore the record parent Planhood or the other facility didn't have any record of her taking the test or making an appointment or servicing her on the date that she said. So one of the questions I asked was, okay, fine, but what if I called the facilities and said, do you have a record of any anonymous individuals in that day coming in to take a test? Just anonymous. What was the number? If it was 0, then obviously that blows her argument out of the water. If it was at least one, then you can't really do anything with that. I just asked, is there any evidence that you have that contradicts the claim from those 2 facilities that they have no record of you or no record of you scheduling an appointment or servicing you on that date? And the response that I got is the one that I read. So, matter of fact, did I go over that one? Or
I don't think so.
Am I remembering that wrong?
I think that was one of the last questions.
Maricini. Oh, yeah. So I reviewed the orders from Maricopa County that were released yesterday morning. In one of the orders, it was revealed that you changed both your name and the name of the facility where you had your sonogram during pregnancy, which the order referred to as alleged. I understand that you claimed the sonogram took place at Planned Parenthood in Mission Viejo, not at Southwest Medical Imaging. The latter was added to the record to prevent the respondent from contacting the medical professionals who allegedly performed the sonogram and harassing them. And then she says she admitted to changing the name on the Planned Parenthood sonogram. Not sure what else you're asking about this. Well, my question was specifically, as I'm reading it, I don't think I attached that. Maybe I just thought I attached it. But my question was basically, do you have any evidence contradicting what those statements had found? Yeah. And if they have something like that, they could send it to me or, clarify. I would be appreciative of that. But that was where I was going with that. So I don't know. Hey, Melissa, you've been awfully quiet. What do you think about all of this?
It's just a whole lot of information.
Let me just ask you this. What do you think about Jane Doe? Do you think that she's telling the truth about the fact that she was pregnant with twins?
Don't ask me that question.
I'm asking you directly. You're not an attorney. You're not anything. You're
asking me if I think she was lying?
I'm asking for your objective opinion.
Yeah, I do think she was lying, unfortunately.
Based on everything that we've discussed.
Based on everything, and I also did research myself.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a bunch of information. I try to stay out of Reddit, but unfortunately I had to go on Reddit for this, and Reddit has a lot of things and opinions, and also there was an entire thread on court documents. So that's when I was able to like get my hands on that, and aside from the email that she sent you. But I unfortunately believe that she is lying, because if somebody doesn't have anything to hide, I don't see the reason why I'll be like, yeah, here it is. Let's just get over it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When you have the truth on your side, don't explain yourself.
That's it.
Attach the exhibit and drop the mic and walk away. Let them deal with the evidence. Let them disprove it if you think. That's the move. The person that is most guilty is the one that yaps the most. The one with nothing to hide just drops the evidence and walks away. What do you think, Liana? What's your impressions about this case?
I do agree on some part with Melissa. Why didn't you just give the proof, and why did you go into so many circles? Like, yes, here's the proof that I want to give you, but not the one that you're asking me for. To just get over with it, like just show whatever he's asking for. But then at the same time, I don't want to completely dismiss that she could have been maybe pregnant at some point.
Yeah.
Like, I just keep going back. Whenever I ask the question to myself, do you think she was pregnant? I think she might have been at some point. I think she lied about how long that pregnancy lasted.
Well, I think it's plausible that she doesn't, if she was pregnant, actually know how long she was pregnant. I mean, that's possible.
It depends. If she actually, there's, like I said, there's many ways to lose a baby or a pregnancy. But if she was under the care of doctors, she probably knew around, not exactly the date, but when she was no longer pregnant, but I think she extended over.
She had a due date. Her due date would have been February 14th of this year.
Yeah.
9 months after the thing. So there was a due date allegedly, and they went over some of that on the October 23rd hearing. How did you know that was your due date? My thing is, she appears to be a woman that is up to date on her health. The kind of woman that if she has a medical condition, she's going to the doctor. She's not going to be like me. It's like, hey, I haven't been to the doctor since 2008. I only go to the doctors when my wife schedules me an appointment. I told her, like, hey, my arm is like, I can't move my arm. Like, what's happened? Oh, I've had this injury since like 2009. Old baseball injury. She's like, I'm scheduling you a doctor's appointment right now. But it seems to me that if she was legitimately pregnant, she would have ample medical records. And I know about these HCG tests, but I just want to see one ultrasound that is authenticated, because the one that has been presented, the one that was altered, is not authentic to prove the pregnancy. It's authentic to prove that she manipulated evidence.
And I sympathize on that area just from personal experience, because I can see how she could have gotten a positive pregnancy test and then not be able to get to the point of getting a ultrasound to confirm it, and just getting into all this mess and then not knowing how to get out of it. Like, I don't know.
I think, here's what I think. Her behavior towards these men, Gillespie and Echard, they may or may not be related to faking pregnancies. They just might be the way that she has a defect of how she communicates in relationships. You can't just go around threatening men with stuff like that, like abortions, or I'm definitely having this kid if you don't, and expect anything good to come out of it. That, I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't have the expertise to make this statement. It just feels like there is a defect that was brought about by some kind of trauma that this young lady has experienced in her past. And to that regard, I have a great deal of sympathy for her. I truly wish her, I sympathize with what she's going through. She says that she wants to keep this private, but she filed a lawsuit of a very public person. And the more that her attorneys attack people talking about this kind of stuff, the more it is fanning the flames of people on YouTube jumping on this. I would have not talked about this case if I didn't get an attorney from her directly. That was a boilerplate thing that seemed like a boilerplate thing that was written by her attorneys. And now I've had contact with her attorneys, and now I've had contact with her, and now I've had contact with Dave Neal. Dave Neal would not have known who I was if not for this case. I would still not know who Dave Neal was if it were not for this case. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they have contacted me, and the fact that it's ongoing and going on, you know, her wishes to keep this anonymous, the way you do that is by staying out of court.
Yes, I was going to mention that too. Something that stood up to me throughout this case is her necessity to run to the court when she was just a couple of months pregnant. Like,
yeah.
Why didn't you just wait? Like, I mean, I don't want to be like negative Nancy here, but you don't know if the pregnancy is going to go all the way.
There's no reason to rush. You're absolutely
there's no
right.
reason to paternity needs to be established and
wait till the child is born.
Yes, or closer to the due date. But like this, run to the court right away as soon as you get that positive pregnancy test and you don't get your way as to what you're asking. I don't know.
You know, I feel for her.
Bothers me.
I feel for her, but a lot of what I've just seen and read is indefensible. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I feel like she has to know on some level that those communications were inappropriate.
Oh, yes.
I feel like she should.
She should.
And if she doesn't, well, if I was her attorney, me and her would have a really long talk about the way that she's conducting herself in these text messages. And I've had clients like that before. Hey,
me too.
You were not allowed to send her any text messages unless you send it to me first. You know what? If you really got to get off your chest, write it out and then send it to me. And I will delete it. And then
Nobody will see it.
Yeah, and then you could try again when you're of clearer mind, you know? So I have sympathy for that regard, but Jesus, if what she did to manipulate a guy like Clayton Echard was fake a pregnancy, and I cannot imagine how I would feel if some lady said, hey, I'm pregnant and I'm keeping it, unless you want to date me. And then you could choose. But I have hopes that you'll want to start a family. So you crazy wench, there's no effing way. I would be scared. Look, I've had stalkerish relationships before with women that were younger. Matter of fact, it would have been about the age of this young lady, Jane Doe. It's a scary thing for a man to have to navigate that because there's a lot of things that attach to it. I mean, aside from the support, you have no control or knowledge of what's medically actually happening. All of that is controlled by the female. He was wanting to go and get some kind of verification. His attorneys are claiming that to this date, I don't have any definitive evidence that this was a legitimate pregnancy, despite the multiple attempts by Echard when he was representing himself. All right, I want to go down to the ultrasound place for you. Well, actually, I'm afraid of what you might do, so I'm going to keep it anonymous. WTF? Then what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to think? That's a legitimate, raw feeling that any man would feel. And so I do sympathize with this young lady, but I also have a great deal of sympathy with Echard, who I don't know and I've never met. And there's some people that have asked, hey, you've talked to David Neal, who's not even a part of this case, and you've talked to Jane Doe and her attorneys. Why not talk to Clayton? Because he hasn't reached out to me like that. Mm-hmm. And he's under strict orders from the court to not talk about this case because there's already been allegations as recently as February of this year that he was fanning the flames of this stuff, and it's probably best on the advice of his attorney to just not talk about it at all. That's the smart thing to do. Certainly don't contact these people and give them any further information. That's already been what's alleged. And so that would be the practical reason as to why. And so that is our rundown of what I have learned about the Jane Doe case and Clayton Echard that I've learned since Tuesday. I hope that for all of you that have been following this case since its inception, I truly hope, wow, the chat is going crazy right now. I truly hope that I've done you guys proud in my coverage of it. I really just wanted to give you my honest, objective, fair opinions. I really just wanted to call balls and strikes. I had no opinion about this lady before or her attorneys. Mm-hmm. I had no knowledge of even David Neal and Dave Neal in his existence. I thought he was a Joe Rogan guy. I literally thought that he was on the Joe Rogan show. He may have been. I don't know. I feel like I've heard him on the Joe Rogan show before. Maybe I haven't. But yeah, I have through this case gotten a chance to meet through telephone conversation Dave Neal, and he's a delightful guy. I don't think that he's being malicious in his search for the truth. I think that he has raised real questions in this case, and he's wanting to objectively cover it.
By the way,
What was that?
Dave's in here.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Oh.
Yeah, I really think that he has pure intentions. And I think that what's happened to him, the way that he's being attacked and vilified on the side of Jane Doe's attorneys and this planned $140 million lawsuit against him that he told me that he has been threatened with, is bullshit. I haven't seen anything that he has fabricated. I know that he has expounded his sincere opinions on evidence that has been sent to him. I know that he's been in contact with David Gingras and with Jane Doe and their attorneys, and there's been negotiations back and forth and talks back and forth. And right now it appears to be elevating to some form of litigation. I don't know where they're going with that, but Dave Neal, I believe he's sincere when he tells me that he would rather not have to go through all of this. It's a pain in his ass. He said on his baby moon, and he's getting like these emails and phone calls from Jane Doe and their attorneys threatening him and stuff. And he's got literally like an 18-day-old baby.
It was so mentally draining reading and researching this case these past couple of days. I cannot imagine being involved in this case. I mean, it's
I
just
would
too
love
much.
to be involved in this case. I would.
No.
Oh boy, I would. This is the kind of case that would just get me going, man. It's like, let's do this shit. We're gonna, man. Hey, Melissa, I need you to prepare trial book A, B, and C.
And then Melissa would be 8 hours thrown on the floor
Hey,
preparing.
you're just gonna need to be on call for 24 hours. We got shit to do.
Literally.
Oh my.
And it has happened before. They have pissed him off where he's to the point of, oh, you want to play that game? Fine.
I'm generally cool, man. I'm not here to
Yeah.
to ruin anybody's day. I'm very much objective. I want to get to the truth. I have no affiliation with Dave Neal or the Justice for Clay movement. I have no affiliation with anybody. There's been, I read on my community post, how do we know that this guy is not affiliated with David Gingras? I tell you unequivocally, I'm not.
No.
I've never heard of that guy before now.
Never.
And I would hope that my honest opinions from his responses that I read in my emails would be evidence to that. I'm just a guy searching for the truth, man. I know how I would litigate this case if I was representing Jane Doe. It would not be the way that it has been litigated at this point. I think that her attorneys... Now, David Gingras is not the guy that appears with her in court. I think his name is Lopez something. Forgive me on
An
if I'm...
associate, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe an associate of the firm, or maybe I don't know. But he's not the guy. I'm not a fan of how he litigates or how he presents in court. I'm not a fan of the motions that have been filed and the way they've been argued. They spend way too much time arguing procedure. And if you're a judge that's been doing this for a while, you know that when an attorney is weighing so heavily on procedure that, they're hiding something. That would be my takeaway as a judge in the case.
I'm not a judge. I think I understood what you said, and you're right.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm right or not, but it would be my presumption. And I would look very closely at the evidence, and I would rely very heavily more on the discretionary aspect of those statutes to decide whether or not I was going to sanction somebody. And so, I've tried to play the judge on this case. From what I see, if I'm keeping score, hey, Jane Doe has a lot that she needs to accomplish in a very short amount of time on June 10th. Because from what you got to come with the receipts. I need to have some authoritative, reliable piece of evidence that tells me that you reasonably thought that you were pregnant. I don't want this manipulated ultrasound. I get the HCG. I need some explanation about why your levels were so low. I need an explanation about why you manipulated the HCG result to make it look like you were pregnant when you knew full well that you were no longer pregnant because she was afraid that she had just lost the baby and all that stuff. At some point, she's going to have to just score points. And right now, she's behind. She's down by 25 points. There's like 8.5 minutes left to go in the game. We're game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. We're not.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know that. I know that. Whenever I talk about sports, I know I lose you guys. I know my audience is mostly non-sports fans, and so I apologize. But we're getting down to crunch time. Assuming this trial goes forward on June 10th, there's a lot that she's going to need to prove if she's going to prevail. I will say that, look, her window is just this. All she has to prove is this. If I'm the judge, all she has to prove is this, that she reasonably thought that she was pregnant when she filed the petition. If she thought, if I believe that,
Yes.
I would dismiss Echard's petition. That's it.
She has to prove it.
And then if he wants to pursue her for defamation afterwards in some civil case, then go for it. But if I can't make that base finding, and again, knowing that I'm behind the 8 ball with the altered evidence, then I'm going to rule in favor of Echard. And that's where I'm at in this case. Now, it could go either way. I'm not asking for very much if I'm going to find in Jane Doe's favor. That's it. Just give me any indication that you reasonably believe that you're pregnant and didn't perpetrate a fraud on the court, and I will dismiss the thing. But right now it looks really bad. In light of those emails, it looks really bad. And to the extent that Gillespie and some of these other guys are going to come in, Maricini, I think this was his name, going to come in and testify that, oh yeah, she did this to me too. And I'm getting to read in context. And I don't know how much of that they're going to accomplish in 2 hours. Every time I estimate a 2-hour trial, in my trials, it turns into like 5-day trials.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was gonna say.
I've never done a 2-hour trial. Well, I've never finished a trial in 2 hours is what I would say.
No.
I have.
No.
I have.
Not
not
recently.
Not me working with you.
Well, no, because we've had like crazy trials lately.
Yes.
But there has been cases, DV cases that lasted under an hour, but that's because it was simple evidence and, there wasn't a whole lot. This case is going to involve a battle of experts that, I just don't know how you get that done in 2 hours, but that's the timeline.
It has taken us about 2 hours just to discuss just a small part of this case.
Of what happened.
Imagine actually going through all the objections and all the
And
everything that
presenting the
happens
facts.
in court. Like, I don't know how they're going to do it.
Oh, B Gross, what a name. He says oral sex being the #1 cause of pregnancy. Well, here's the other thing. I'm not sure. I can see being a man and being so intoxicated as to not remember if something happened or not, but I don't feel like that's ever really happened to me personally. I feel like every sexual encounter I've ever had in my life has been memorable to some degree, regardless of whether or not I was intoxicated. I just don't, I don't know if you're going to score any points holding on to the fact that we only had oral sex if she's holding on to the idea that no, we didn't. The essay account, the essay allegations aside, just, that's relevant. I'm just not sure if that's what this case is going to be won or lost on. I really just think it's going to rely on some credible indication that she reasonably believed she was pregnant, and I'm going to conclude my analysis of it on that because I gotta wrap it up somewhere. What's up?
Quick though,
Yeah.
Some people want you to read super chats, so if you go to viewer activity on the thing right there, should pop up soon. There you go. They want you to read some of those.
Oh, look at that. All of these super chats. I'll read them right now. Pond Scum Posse, thank you so much. Says, thank you for covering this case. You're welcome, sir. I will like your, well, I don't know how this works, man. Brian Wilson says, the LO timeline on Padlet, page 325, title, subject, the final opportunity to consider abortion. This is her email that's the one that we read, right? Is that where you told me that, hey, you got to read this thing?
Yeah.
This is her email where she says how tight she,
My God.
Yeah. When a woman says stuff like that, man, you got to know that as men, it's the equivalent of you girls getting a dick pic. I just want you to know that.
Oh my God.
It's literally the equivalent. This is her email where she says how tight, and hasn't had sex. And it's like, really? Really? That's what we're going with? It's like the equivalent of like a guy saying, oh, I'm so big. Look at this picture. And thank you so much, Brianne, for this the super chat. What are they called? They're called super chats. You know, Dave Neal has a scones and breadsticks fund. I was thinking that we should start the whiskey fund.
Okay.
Make a Patreon. Dave Neal has a Patreon. We should make a Patreon and put like I don't know. We'll put. There's a lot of stuff we could put on that doesn't go onto these channels, but you know, give the people something different. Winks says the Fiverr logo was found on the sonogram from Greg's case, not Clayton's. Oh, I did not know that. I was thinking this whole time the Fiverr thing was from Clayton's.
Clayton.
Yeah, so I'm mistaken on that one. That makes sense, especially in light of her attorney's response. That wasn't really a thing in this case. I get it. And thank you so much, Winks, for the $5. Jermaine Down says, for a supposedly high-risk pregnancy, she never sought out any OB care to monitor the pregnancy. That's where she lost. Yeah, I agree. She claims to have had ovarian cancer in the past. I read text messages where she thought she was going to have an ectopic pregnancy. And she does not seek out additional monitoring or ultrasounds to be extra careful that this may be a high-risk pregnancy. I understand where Jermaine is saying that's where he lost her. Yeah, I agree. That doesn't make any sense for somebody that is aware of these conditions to not go seek extra attention, ultrasounds or whatnot. I don't know. Winks also says the judge made her sign HIPAA release, no real records found everywhere. Right. And so she did sign HIPAA releases, and they've been trying to find these records. They just don't exist, which is problematic for me, which is why I keep saying, just give me one exhibit where you can tell me, and I will believe you that you reasonably thought you were pregnant or were pregnant, you know, not even thought, just that you were, or whatever, thought, something. I agree with Winks. Rainbow just gave us a cup of coffee or a cup of, yeah, it looks like a cup of coffee with like a bird. You guys can't see this, but I'm looking at a bird with it. She sent me like a bird serving us coffee emoji and sent us $4. Thank you so much, Rainbow. You're amazing.
I wonder if she kept that at-home pregnancy test and whether or not they can do like some DNA testing to determine that it was her urine.
I think whoa.
Because
she did say that she took the test in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was true. That probably was a thing.
She first tried to play it as he forced her to do it in front of him.
Well, yeah, that was the narrative, but there is some indication that Clayton knows that she took a test and it came out positive. He watched her pee on the stick. I think the number was something like between 8 and 10. Don't quote me on that, but there is pregnancy tests that were positive, for sure in this case. The question is, what was the reason for the HCG levels? Was it because of an actual pregnancy or because of some other reason? That's going to be the defense for Clayton, and that's what's been indicated in the pleadings. Kiana says, allegedly her medication she takes for her epilepsy is known to increase HCG levels. Exactly.
Oh, yes.
I have also heard something similar. And thank you so much, Kiana, for the $4.99. What can you get for? You know, I went to McDonald's the other day because I had to take my wife to the doctor's. And so I went to McDonald's. I get what I would normally get. The amount of money they charged me was like $23. It's like, what did I order?
You know the thing with McDonald's though is if you use their mobile app, they have like really good discounts.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm not gonna do no mobile app on my phone. Baby Yoda, vanished twin. Thank you so much for the $4.99. She says RavGen fetal DNA test came back with little to no DNA. She has provided no verifiable evidence. HCG is only an indicator. I agree. And that's the problem. That's the problem with her case. Brianna Wilson, thank you so much for the $9.99. She originally said she originally said the grinded, and that's how she got pregnant. Oh, they grinded. I get it. Like they were grinding, not actually having sex, and that's how she got pregnant. That's what she originally said. I don't know if she originally said that because she said on the stand, and I got to take her at her word when she says it under oath that she didn't know they had intercourse. If she did say that at any point, I've heard that narrative, but I'm going to trust what Jane Doe said under oath and take her at her word for that. But yeah, if that was the narrative, come on, man. That's like, hey, no, I got chlamydia from the toilet seat. I swear, it's a thing. It's not. That's what she told Clayton. The email was sent before she filed any lawsuits. There's an email about her claiming that it was from grinding. Is that right? Hey,
May I
chat.
ask what that is? Because I'm really in my head. I'm trying to like wrap up the word. I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
I'm
but
assuming that what she means by grinding is that they were literally grinding, simulating sex while naked, just not actual penetration, grinding on their private parts. I assume that's what they mean.
Yeah, you assume.
Yeah. You're the one that asked for the description. Don't look at me.
No, I'm trying to make it sense on my head. Like
We're in
okay,
sex
okay.
ed class. All right, so that's what she told Clayton. Yeah. If that email exists, I'd love to see it. Hey, Natalie, thank you so much for the $1.99. She says, JD's documented pattern, blackmail men. That's, yeah. It was, all the evidence. I was really focusing on the evidence in this case, but when you guys pointed out that email, that was eye-opening.
Yeah, chat's also saying that it is in text. She sent it to Clayton.
Wow. How is she going to overcome that, given her testimony from October 23rd? Because they can't both be true. She unequivocally stated they had intercourse. If she's stating in a text message that no, it was from grinding, it's an acknowledgement that she knows that they didn't have intercourse, which is an inconsistent statement, which is impeachable, which is coming in no matter what, which goes to credibility, which is just problematic for her. I don't know. Her problem is she talks too much.
Yes.
And, regardless of her talking, maybe she was just trying to gain favor. It's like, oh, no, maybe we didn't. Maybe she's trying to appease him, but we definitely grinded. Maybe she's trying to, appease his concerns. But the problem is when you say stuff like that and it's in text message and it's recorded, it can be interpreted as inconsistent, and which it destroys your credibility. And the only person that matters, which is none of us, the judges, such as the nature of these family law cases. We have this segment that we do that we're going to do. I don't know. Do we have time to do Family Law After Dark? What do you think, Eliana?
I have a hearing soon.
Do you actually have to appear?
I can't say it live, but I need to call to see if I need
Okay.
to appear or not.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will take a break. If you got to do that, take care of that. I'll have a Family Law After Dark with Melissa for those that are interested, which is usually these crazy cases that we talk about and give family law advice. This entire show has been Family Law After Dark. It's just been one big episode of what we normally do.
Family Law After Dark without the purple haze.
No, we're going to do the purple haze. Yeah, you're right. Justice for Clayton says, thank you so much for the $9.99. He says, we are the keeper of the record. So happy you're covering this somewhere. Well, it's my pleasure, sir. And thank you so much. Justice for Clayton, I think, was the original person that contacted me. It was either him or another lady named Terry. Yeah. But it is my pleasure to cover this case. It was a wild ride, I'll tell you that. It gave me a lot of anxiety just having to talk to all these people that I didn't know about. Kiana, thank you so much for the $9.99. She says she claims she didn't know she miscarried, but then she took pictures. Right.
But they were deleted?
I don't know. The timing of those pictures are really important. And it goes into, okay, when could she have reasonably miscarried? At what point was she in court saying she was pregnant and not actually pregnant? At what point did she know that she was not pregnant and still sending pictures purporting to be pregnant? That's really important. She's also claiming she miscarried in September, but then showed up with a baby belly in November. Yeah.
Well, that's possible.
Winks, thank you so much again for the $5. It says not possible to absorb when she was 24 weeks wearing, that's what you had said.
Yes.
I was actually going to come back to that.
A fake moon bump. And I don't know how that works, but she did have a really visible bump. I want to say at the November hearing. Do you recall? I have her on the Zoom from the November.
Yes, there's like a picture. I saw a picture. Of course, the belly was covered. Could have been.
Well, at the 24th hearing, she's seated. In October, they made a big deal of her standing up and showing off her baby bump. And then the judge was like, you know what? I'll just take your word for it. You're pregnant. I get it. So she definitely had a bump. Yeah. And again, I'm not a medical doctor, so maybe it's not possible to absorb in 24 weeks. And if it is, I'd love to hear the explanation medically from somebody smarter than I.
Well, I am now doctor, but from my personal knowledge, my understanding is that you can only absorb it in the first couple of weeks. After a certain time, you just, I mean, I think when they absorb it, there's a specific term for it. Can't remember the name right now. Or sometimes people call it a chemical pregnancy because the system pretty much goes into your period and it just
it's
goes
like
away.
when Dwight Schrute said that, you know what? I was pregnant in my mother's womb with twins. And did you know that I absorbed my twin brother?
Mm-hmm.
That means that I have the strength of a grown man and a little baby.
And now that you mentioned twins, that's also something that kind of stood out to me. The ability to be pregnant back to back with twins.
Yes.
That's so rare.
It's very statistically improbable.
Improbable.
Not impossible.
Not impossible, but it's like the people that go through that usually end up in the news because it's so rare. So
Well, I don't know. There's certainly a lot of legitimate questions about it. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of holes in this case that Jane Doe is going to have to fill. Her attorneys have a hell of a job. They got 3 weeks, and they got 2 hours to present their case. Jesus.
it's 2 hours for each side? Or
I think it's 2 hours. I think it's 2 hours total. And the way the judge said it is like, look, I have a 15-minute chambers conference. We're getting started at 8:45. We got 2 hours.
Wow.
You're going to have to get moving. I want to say they probably have discretion to extend it further, but they from what I saw from the October hearings, they stand pretty strictly with those time limits.
That will give me anxiety.
I know. It's like, come on, man. Brianne Wilson, thanks again for the $5. She said, then why did she say under oath in November that she just saw a doctor a few days prior to her pregnancy also showing her heritability? Again, that's my question. Mm-hmm. Just give me some evidence. Doctor's appointments that were specifically for prenatal care. Show me that you had a confirmed pregnancy from a doctor facility. Then they would have put you on like these prenatals, like these vitamins, right? And they would have had a whole plan. Just show me medical bill, something. Kiana says, and thank you so much for the $4.99. And, you know, I apologize. I'm not used to these super chat things. Dominic just made me, there's a lot going on. I have not been paying, and thank you guys so much for doing this. She says she doesn't have a physical sonogram. She only has electric ones. What's the difference between an electric and a physical sonogram?
Well, you get the pictures like via a link usually, instead of having them printed out.
I get it. So she has electronic images as opposed to like physical pictures?
Yeah, it's like from my experience, whenever I would go for an ultrasound, they will give me like maybe 1 or 2 pictures printed, and then they will ask for my information and send me a link with like a bunch of other ones. So I guess that's the difference.
I don't know. I just know she doesn't have a reliable one that I've seen. That's all.
I mean, but electric ones, I think they're reliable.
But, well, don't you have to take isn't all of the images electric, and you just take a picture to get the physical one?
Yeah,
I'm a
and you
little
just
confused.
print it out.
Yeah.
It's an electrical. I mean, it's an ultrasound. So
I would just want the one that came originally from whatever. I guess the physical one would be important because it would probably have like a physical signature. But I also think that you could just subpoena the records. Like you could
there's
subpoena.
no signature on them.
But doesn't like the doctor sign like write information on them,
No.
like with a receipt?
No, it's just like a picture that they print out like
Like
this
a
little,
Polaroid.
It looks like nowadays they usually do it in a paper that is kind of like the receipts that you get at the store.
Yeah.
And it's literally, it comes out just like a receipt.
But
from
they'll
the store,
usually
and then
put
that's
like
it.
marks on like, oh, look at you're having a girl, and they'll circle the little.
They'll do that on the actual machine, but once it prints out, they won't write on it.
I got you.
Or in some facilities, like for example, Kaiser, they give you like a summary of the visit.
Yeah.
And that's when it says like, doctor, this person saw you, date and time, place, date of birth.
That makes sense. Winks says that there are multiple ultrasounds and sonograms between all the cases. There's been no medical record proof of any of them, and many of them have been found, and many have been found from their real sources.
The reverse Google images.
That's, problematic. Sarah Helville says, and thank you so much for the $5, says, no, not one doctor has verified any of the sonograms. That's all I'm asking for, man. Just give me one. a doctor that confirmed a pregnancy. And I feel like she's going to say that, well, I didn't go to the doctors. I got this ultrasound just to prove the thing, and then I just never got around to it. Maybe she's going to say something like that. Brianne says that we should look into his tweets about the case. It's wild. Yeah, I probably should. Kiera says she had zero care from any OB. Her due date was based off the date of intercourse. Yeah, that's true, because at the October 23rd hearing on the OOP, her attorney made a big point on cross-examination saying, isn't it true that you guys had sex like in May? Yeah, well, isn't it true then, based off of that a pregnancy is like 40 weeks long? Clayton's like, I guess. So that isn't a reasonable suggest that the due date would have been in February. Yeah, sure. That's kind of the logic that they use. But they did not say, oh, no, I got this due date from a doctor. His attorney was just kind of spouting off logic games at Echard.
The due date by just imputing your last period and when you had sex into a little calculator, and it will give you an estimated due date.
Dave Neal, he thank you so much for the $4.99 for the whiskey funds, but he calls it's the cult membership fee.
Oh.
Oh, I like that one. Thank you so much, Dave. Chris Jenner, thank you so much for the $1.99. He says it's pronounced Echard. What have I been saying?
Echard.
Echard.
Hey, what is that on the screen?
Your live's behind. It's like the beginning.
Oh, how did I erase all the way to the...
Yep.
That's nuts. It's pronounced Echard. Have I been saying both? I've probably been saying both. Echard. Echard from now on. MG says she was photographed participating in a horse jumping competition. I did see that with a flat stomach on. Wow. That's the relevance. On September 27th, then appeared at the October hearing with a moon bump. I have seen that. I haven't had it corroborated by any source on her side, but I did see that. And I don't know if that was for the Gillespie pregnancy or if it was for the Echard pregnancy. Do you guys know? The one where she's jumping on horses with a flat stomach?
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. I think either the Gregory one, was it Gregory? The Gigi? I don't know, or Echard.
Well, I don't know. It was one of those.
I think it was for him, for Echard.
Maybe. Daniel Wynn, thank you so much for the $5. Says Dave Neal's video just got taken down for harassment and bullying. Really? Taken down by who? Like by YouTube?
Yeah, most likely.
I hope
Maybe
that
she flagged it and then calls for revision.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want this video to be deemed as bullying or harassing because I'm certainly not attempting to do that. I have presented her side as she has outlined it to me directly. I have acknowledged that she has a chance to win this case, but she's going to have to produce certain evidence. I don't know if that evidence exists or not. I don't know if it's on schedule to be put on trial. There's a possibility that she might come out ahead. I'm just saying that from what is out there, and again, I gave them an opportunity to basically say that all of the stuff that's out there online is bullshit. Just tell me that some of it is. And the answer that I got was what I got, and I've already said my piece on that. My intent was simply to produce an objective show that reacts to this evidence in real time and offer my professional opinion about what I think is going to happen. And I feel like I've done that in spades. I really hope that I've done you guys proud. I'm going to be wrapping up this episode because I don't know how long I've been going for. How long has it been, Dominic?
3 hours and 17
That's what I was going to say.
Jesus Christ. All right. All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take 5 minutes. What do you need,
do the
Dom?
outro just so I can have an outro?
Oh,
Video.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to the Tilted Lawyer podcast. It's been a pleasure to have you guys. If you guys have listened to the entire 3-hour live stream, thank you so much for doing that, for giving me 3 hours of your time. I hope I've done you proud. If in the off chance you are listening to the edited version of this and you missed live, well, shame on you. But I'm very happy to have you at least listening to this version of it. And you're going to want to tune in for next week's show. We're probably going to be doing an update on Karen Reed.
Okay.
I don't know yet. I haven't decided yet. There may be updates regarding what happens after this show regarding the Clayton Echard case. We'll see, but we're going to have something good for you next Friday, live, probably at 9 a.m. If we're going to change the date, I'll let you guys know it well in advance. But until then, we're going to be introducing a Family Law After Dark. We're going to bring in Purple Haze in a minute, but we're going to take 5. We will see you guys next week. Now's the time to tune out if you only were interested in the Jane Doe stuff, Clayton Echard. We're going to do Family Law After Dark in about 5 minutes. Ileana's got some business to tend to, and then we will get started, joined by Melissa Pacheco. We'll see you guys in 5.
Bye.
And welcome back to the Tilted Lawyer podcast. And if you were here, you were preparing to join us as we enter Purple Haze. It's time for Family Law After Dark, where I give discerning family law advice to random folks that contact me or just on the internet to, I guess, flex our family law prowess. Eliana, what do you think? Eliana's so annoyed right now because she has to make a court appearance in about 20 minutes over the phone for something that probably shouldn't require an appearance, but here it is.
It should have been just a phone call.
It's like this meeting should have been an email.
Yes, exactly.
All right, here we go. Also joined by Melissa Pacheco once again, a fan favorite of many of the community. So here we go. Let us get started with this hypothetical. So, this person writes, after a decade, he says, well, there goes my marriage. Need divorce advice from fellow degenerates. All right. He says, after a decade, please know woe is me. I'm going to own this one. I gave her plenty of cause. I'm here. Who has been through a divorce and can tell me the do's and don'ts? We own 4 homes. 3 is rental properties and have quite a bit of savings.
Can you push it like towards Omar?
I'm not sure as she has always managed all the money. I just made it. I'd really like to avoid lawyers. I hate lawyers. Touche. I understand.
Like push the light.
Let us pause because there's I don't know what Melissa's doing with the lights.
Push like the light toward, like push it down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Tilt it down. You might have to stand up because, you know.
Because Omar's a little dark on the screen.
Hold up. Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
You're going to have to use your, you know what I'm about to say.
yes.
She got mad at me because I said she had weak arms.
There you go.
That wasn't the move.
Yeah.
All right, let's just pause as Melissa fixes the lights. Is that any better?
Yeah, it's better.
Am I still dark on screen? I could always just go back to the other lighting.
Yeah, now you should be. You're better than what it was before.
All right. Let us begin again. All right, so this guy, he calls himself a degenerate. He doesn't want any sympathy. He's taking ownership of what has happened. So he says he owns 4 homes. 3 is rental properties, have quite a bit of savings. He says, I think. I'm not sure if she's always been the one to manage the money. That's not a smart move. I'd really like to avoid lawyers. I don't like lawyers. With apologies to the lawyer reading this, you'd hate me too. He says, I will be getting a lawyer based on others' consensus opinion, if even for protection and coordination. I also may screw over several more times during the process. I think this guy is probably high or intoxicated while writing this. He says, I will not F her several more times if I can. What is he talking about? He's talked to several lawyers. He has more calls to set up. They are all just as evil as I expected them to be. But I want to get multiple opinions, perspectives, since I'm so terrible. He's terrible. Sir, you are terrible at a lot of things. Decorum comes to mind. This is going to be expensive, but based on feedback and that I received, probably money well spent. I originally was going to let her have everything and just walk away with our cabin in the woods, my dog, my instruments, and books. But now I'm thinking I would probably regret giving up everything else down the road while she is dancing around Rome or some shit. I can still retreat to nature this summer and touch grass without giving that up. She's begging me not to leave, but I've already lawyered up and things are in motion. I'm going no contact. Cruel foot, but best for everyone. Well, I don't know. What do you want to say to this guy,
I do not
Eliana?
understand.
He's going through a divorce. He says that I'm kind of the one that's at fault. I fully own it. I'm a degenerate alcoholic. I think this is what he said. He's an alcoholic. He wanted to just walk away and give her everything, but now he says, maybe I should just assert my rights. He wants an attorney advice on what to do. They got 4 properties. 3 of them are rental properties. One of them is obviously the community residence. They got savings, maybe retirement accounts. It doesn't look like they have any children. He thought about ghosting her. She doesn't want, this bothers me. She is begging me not to leave. A guy like that, who needs winners? Look, if you've already reached that stage, I don't know what you're on about, and I don't know what you're talking about. But my advice to you is just simply this: you're entitled to half of those things. You could sell the 4 properties, take half the equity in them, give her the other half. She's going to be entitled to alimony at some level. I don't know what your respective incomes are. But there's something to be said about selling it all and walking away with a big fat check of, I don't know, $400,000 or $500,000 to start your life anew. You're not doing her any favors. She does not seem like she should be checking after you. If I'm gauging the tea leaves of this person, as far as lawyers being evil, yeah, they're going to tell you that you're going to have to give her things. And they're probably going to charge you money. You're not the kind of guy I'd imagine that anybody would take up on a pro bono cause, because you're probably a pain in the ass nightmare client. And so to that degree, I'd imagine why you would say that lawyers are evil. They probably think the same of you. To the extent that you're an abusive alcoholic person, nobody wants to be the guy to represent that person. So look, as in all things in life, you get out of it what you put in. And if you're going to go and be a dick to these people and just say that I hate all attorneys, you're all evil, then, well, I guess your opinion's already made up. What do you need me for? Lots of luck to you. Why don't you just go file a divorce? The law will take care of you. But your attitude with respect to life is yours. I'm not going to tell you right or wrong, but I wish all the best to your ex. I hope that she makes it away from whatever the hell you are. Or whatever you are going through. You seem to be a person that's made a deal with the devil and are fully absorbent of all of the consequences that intends. I don't know nothing about you other than how you presented yourself in this post. So lots of luck to you. I have nothing more to say on that guy. Blah. What do you think?
Well, just based on his description of himself,
He's a winner.
I think getting a lawyer and deciding not to communicate with her is the best thing that he could do.
Yeah, it's a blessing. But to the degree that she's trying to beg him to stay,
It is what it is. He already made his mind, so.
Yeah, just go. Leave her alone. What do you think, Melissa?
Leave her alone.
This is like the guy
She'll get
that
over it.
would approach you in the parking lot. They're like, hey, you could be my dad.
Oh my God.
I don't know. He's he is what he is. And he
recognized it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on. I don't like that one. Here is another one. So this is for one of my close friends. So her husband has cheated on her, and she's contemplating divorce. Their house has both her name, but the husband has taken out the loan and pays the loan EMI. What does that mean? EMI.
E?
EMI. I don't know what that means. However, she looked after all other household expenses.
Every month in full.
I don't know, maybe. She also has a kid with him. In case of divorce, how would the home loan split between the two? It's just divided in half. That's exactly what happens. Also, they're still living in the same house and are not on talking terms. Can she initiate divorce proceedings while living in the same house, or should she leave first and then start? That's actually a really good question. So, yes, there's a lot of people that go through divorces and they don't have anywhere to go, and they end up living together while they are going through a divorce. The only caveat to doing that is it's like a catch-22. It's like, well, I don't have any money to get my own place. I need alimony. Fine, but you're not eligible for alimony while you're living in the same house. So you're just going to have to find a place to go if that's what you're looking for. Maybe the move is, well, why don't we just sell the house, split the equity down the middle? Look, you're liable for all the debts and the assets the same. 50-50 split, 50-50 division. She gets half of the debt and half of the assets. So to the extent that you have equity in this house, then just, sell the house and have a little nest egg and start your own place off new and take that $200,000 or however much it's going to be and go find your own spot. To the extent that he cheated on her, nobody gives a shit in California. It's a no-fault state. You don't have to have a reason for wanting to get divorced. You just have to want one. If you want one, you're going to get it. There's no reason to hold on to something that you already know is not going to work out. But what sucks is we have a kid together. So you're going to have to go through the entire custody and visitation proceedings and figure out what that schedule is going to look like. Who's going to live where? Who's going to be the primary parent? There's a misconception in family law that the female is always going to be the primary parent. And to that regard, what do you say to that, Eliana? I know I always put you on the spot. I told you I was going to stop doing that to you. Like, I'll be talking, then I'm like, yeah, what do you think? Well, I don't fucking know what you just said.
Well, we've had cases on the opposite side.
Well, it's a presumption, but usually it's just more in practice. That's what ends up happening. The man usually leaves the mother behind with the child or the children, and they end up being the primary parent. Yes. There's a myth that there's a presumption that the primary parent will always be the mom. However, it did used to be the law that there was a presumption that the female was better suited to rear the child. That was like in the 1800s. Case law actually dictated that since females are more apt to raising young children, then they will be the primary parent. We will base parenting plans around that. Since then, there's been multiple female movements that have changed those laws, most notably in 1919, women's suffrage and that entire feminist movement that demanded equal rights for men and women had the effect of erasing from American case law this idea that the female was better suited to be the primary parent. And as a result, there is no longer a presumption, at least in the state of California. I don't know if it exists in any other states, but there is no longer a presumption that the female is going to be the primary parent. That is based on an analysis of what's best for the child. And if you're trying to figure out who's going to be the primary parent, one of the main, most persuasive things that the court will rely upon is what has been the status quo. If the status quo has been for the last 6 months, you skipped town and left her with a kid, well then all right, I guess she's the primary parent for the last 6 months. If it hasn't been established, then it's all written. And so if you have designs on getting a parenting plan that establishes a 50-50 order, it's not in your best interest to leave. Stay there in the house, because that means there is no status quo. You guys are both the primary parents. If it's your design to become the primary parent, then it would be in your best interest for the other parent to leave the house. And so I've seen women leave because of abusive relationships and leave their children behind. And what's the end result of that? Well, the status quo is now dad is the primary parent. And we're not changing that unless there's a reason to do that because of safety, neglect, abuse to the child. The children have to be the ones, which is difficult to prove because you have 3027.5 subsection B that states if you make false allegations of domestic violence against the other parent, there's a presumption that you shouldn't have custody, or that you might lose custody of the children. Why is that important? Because to the extent that you can't prove those kinds of things, it's always going to be at play, at issue, and you're going to be threatened with it in litigation. So I don't know why I went off on a tangent about that specifically, and you two can feel free to jump in at any point as opposed to letting me ramble on.
This reminds me of, you're reading from Reddit, right?
Yes, this one.
This reminds me of a Reddit post of a guy that found out that his wife was cheating, and then he went to a lawyer, and the lawyer told him, bro, you're doomed. She was primary parent. She was a housewife. He did everything. He just worked, basically. So they're like, you're going to have to pay this, half. So he literally fabricated an entire plan in his head where he was going to like shift the roles. And he started like pursuing her to go to school, to get her nursing degree. She was already an RN to become a nurse practitioner. So he stayed home, she worked, and he shifted everything. Up until the point was when he filed for divorce, he got the kids, he got alimony, he had child support, and all that.
Well, people are evil, especially right now. You have to protect yourself more than ever, because if you get off on the wrong foot on this thing and you abandon it because, oh, well, he cheated on me, I just can't be around him right now, and you leave your kid there, and well, guess what? You just set it up to where he's going to be the primary parent. You're going to be getting visitation to the extent that is permissible by geography, work schedule, and the like. So, what would you tell this young lady, Ileana?
Well, in addition to what you told her, of course, if there's a domestic violence type of problem, of course, go ahead and file.
Well, she doesn't allege that. She just says that.
But other than that, just
cheating.
Stay there.
She's not even decided on getting the divorce yet.
Yeah.
She's contemplating it. So let's talk about why she should maybe reconsider. I don't know. I don't have any idea about how long these folks have been married. But let's say that it was, 15 years of marriage. 15 years of marriage. And all of a sudden, oh, he cheated on me or she cheated on me and I'm thinking about getting a divorce. What are your opinions about whether or not that primary act should actually lead to the filing of a divorce?
Like,
Given all of the stuff that could go wrong that I just outlined, that's what you're looking at if you're going to file for a divorce. Is this one singular instance of cheating, if it is a singular instance of cheating, enough to throw all of that away and to go through all of the divorce stuff that I've just outlined?
I guess it depends.
It always depends. It's a case by case.
Yes. There's so many other factors that I can think of that, in addition to, of course, being unfaithful, will lead you filing for divorce and not like trying to fix, I guess,
I'll tell you what my answer is.
the relationship.
It's a nuanced answer. But what do you think, Melissa? You're about to get married next month.
You just put me on the spot right now.
Yeah. So let's just say, all right, I'm going to give you two scenarios, all right? Let's just say you've had a happy marriage for the last 7 or 8 years. Things are going well. Things are swimmingly going good. You have a child now, and you find out that your husband cheats on you. Is it like automatic divorce filing, or what are we doing?
I don't know. I'm always that person where when you come to them telling them a problem, like I'm always like, calm down. We're gonna breathe, and then now you're gonna tell me what happened. And
Yeah,
you're
but-
gonna think about it. In my case, I think that would be my response if I ever found that out. I would freak out for 10 seconds, like on my. Do not on my own, not on everybody, just on my own, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, I need to talk this out first before I say anything stupid or think anything stupid.
Well, first of all, let's examine that for a minute. You're going to find that out. You think you're going to have this 10-second freak out and then just be cool. That's not what's going to happen.
And that's not cool.
You're going to get physically ill. You're going to have your entire world image of the universe shattered. There's going to be a period of grieving that you're going to go through because what you thought was not. Jordan Peterson talks about cheating on your spouse as if like it's the ultimate betrayal. He's like, you're not just losing your partner, but you're losing the future that you had. But you're not just losing the future that you're planning on, but you've actually also lost the past because for the last 7 or 8 years, you thought it was something, then it was another thing. And you're going to go through all stages of that acknowledgement psychologically. And you're not going to just shake that off in 10 seconds, take a deep breath and just be okay. But the question is, to what degree do you just say, F it, I'm filing. I can't take it.
That's why I said that. It's just I'm a person that likes to talk.
So it's not an automatic divorce, is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. In my opinion, it's not. That's why I said that.
What if it happens in July?
In July?
You find out your husband is cheating in July. And you're getting married in June. And the next month is like, holy shit, you just cheated on me and I found out. And, then what?
I would be amazed. How did he have time for that? No, I'm just kidding. No, that was a lie. I mean, like I said, I'm a person that likes to talk. I'm being dead serious.
I know
I'm
that.
a person that likes
I'm
to
aware that you
sit
like to
with
talk.
people and be like, hey, wait. I need to know where this is coming from. Oh,
Pause. Ileana's got to tap
Pause.
out. She's got to do battle. Good luck with your hearing.
super
I
lawyer.
wish you all the best. Yeah, go
Yes,
do your thing.
go there.
Go do your thing. We're going to talk about grown folk stuff over here. Well, you deal with all of that.
I'm a baby. I shouldn't be talking about these things.
No, you're not baby. You're grown. You're past your expiration date. You're 30 years old.
We
young
already
lady.
spoke about that.
No, you were grown. You're no longer a baby. You were you're getting engaged into grown folks' business. This is an adult conversation, and so look, I'm not so sure that in a marriage that infidelity spells the end of it. But what I think that happens is when you go through those stages, like I've just described.
I don't know. It's basically because something, I wouldn't say something tells me no. In my head, for example, I'm just saying as an example, nobody please don't cancel me. It's not the same when you find your partner's having an affair, like an ongoing affair. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like it's an extramarital relationship of months and years, to finding out that he slept with somebody or he went out with somebody once. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's two different types of things.
I get it. So let's just assume that this was like not a relationship, not an ongoing affair.
Exactly.
Right.
It would be like I said, I would freak out, and then I would want to talk to the person and be like, okay, I want to know what happened. Like, be honest with me. I'm giving you a space where I'm not going to judge you or tell you anything. Just be honest with me. I want to know what happened.
Hey, Dominic, make sure you're checking up on this if we're getting like super chats or stuff, if people got questions.
Oh.
Because I lose track of where we're at. But I'll give you a real world example. All right. So my first marriage, everybody's aware that I've been married twice.
See?
My first one ended in a divorce. And the very first time that I was married, I was like 23 years old. I just turned 23. I was just a baby. I was younger than you even. I was younger than Dominic. Imagine Dominic getting married. Jesus. But I had no business being married, and yet I was. My first wife was the same age as me. I think she might have been maybe a year younger. And I had to deal with infidelity in that relationship and learned about it when my eldest daughter, she just turned 18 when she was like a baby, like one. And it was shocking. And it was like this hugely earth-shattering, devastating thing for my 25, 26-year-old self to process. And I was not fully developed as a human being yet. And so I went through all of those stages of grief and
age and maturity,
self-doubt, and all of those things. I went up to the mountains up in Big Bear for about a week or two, just by myself, and meditated and contemplated life up in the mountains to figure out what it all meant. What is this shit? I got a baby and I have this wife and this thing happened. What now? It wasn't so easy to just say, oh yeah, I'm definitely getting a divorce. But what did happen was lots of conversations because look, man, I was still in my prime at 25. It was like, hey, a lot of the reasons why, a lot of the, you saw a look on Melissa's face right now. if I don't even remember what I was saying.
You were at your prime age at 25.
Well, here's what I was saying. A lot of the reasons why I got married was through much contemplation to cure the defects of my past. Having nothing to do with me, but my parents' relationship, Why did my parents get divorced? And I wanted to be the guy that I thought that my mom deserved. That was my boyhood image of what marriage was about. And so through much self-reflection, my marriage really had very little to do with my first wife. It was my very misguided, immature idea that I needed to somehow rectify the rips in the universe and mend my family tree somehow. And based off of that, I chose a poor partner, somebody I would have never, ever in a billion years ever select in my mature self, Omar, right? And so there was a portion of me that wanted to resurrect. But when the response that I got to all of that was lukewarm, and then she had wanted to get, to be separated, to go find herself, I was like, hey, if you want to be separated, that's fine. But just know that we're going to be separated. And I was going to go off and be my single self and miss out for all and enjoy my 20s, you know? So I did that. And I don't know what she did. And it didn't matter because I was already just so checked out. And at that point,
Everybody was on their side.
yeah, there was no resurrecting anything. It was inevitable, and it
No.
ended in very shortly thereafter in the inevitable divorce. But if I was much more mature, you know, and that were to happen again, it would be a different conversation.
Do you remember the first thing you told me when I interviewed with you? You were hiring me?
What was that?
First thing you asked me was, tell me a little bit about you. And then after I told you about my work experience, you said, okay, I don't want to hear anything about that. I want the real you. First thing you asked me was,
Oh, I don't want to
"Are you
hear about
married?"
your resume.
Uh-huh.
Just tell me who you are.
You
Yeah.
were like, are you married? And I said, oh my God, no, I'm 25. You were like, good. Word of advice from a divorce lawyer. Never get married before 30.
I did say that, and you're about to turn 30, and you couldn't
No,
wait.
I turned 30
Oh,
already.
I know,
Exactly.
Jesus. Well, you listened. So good for you. But you're in a much better position now to jump into that marriage than you were like 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you're just a little shit running around in my office and, you know, trying to learn how to be a paralegal.
He's dead serious.
I'm dead serious.
I was a sophomore in university, juggling between work, study, and yeah, I was not as, and I'm not even mature now. I'm still a baby. But anyway, I was even more a baby back then. So it would have been the worst time to get married. Settle down with somebody else.
You were not a good marriage candidate back then. You were
No.
absolutely not. You're much better now than you were back then. But that's just because of age and maturity and all those things. And it's good that you're past your expiration date so people could know that. And that, you know, I kid. I'm kidding with you. I'm well past my expiration date.
Gasped in Spanish.
All right. Before I get too far into this, hey, Jules says that you are hella smart. SMIAC says Clayton has little to no fetal DNA too.
Snack.
Laura is like Beetlejuice. Name her 3 times and she will appear. Laura who? Who? Oh, I know they're talking.
Yes,
they're talking about
yes,
Jane
yes.
Doe. Yeah. Hey, SMIAC, thank you so much for the $9.99. Why do you give Laura anonymity? I do that out of respect for the court documents that were redacting her name. Everybody knows what her name is and you can go out there. But to the extent that there's trying to be a modicum of anonymity, I'm doing it out of respect for the court documents because I don't know if the court is still trying to, even though everybody knows who she is. I get it. When I initially started talking about it, I was talking about it as with her name because she approached me as her name. I never knew her as Jane Doe. I knew her as her name. But then I saw everybody else doing it and it's like, maybe I'll respect if that's what they're trying to do. Yeah. I just didn't know if that was something that anybody was attacking anybody at. So just trying to just be civil with all of those things. At any rate, that's all I have to say to this young lady asking her about whether she should get divorced. Yeah, you can. Just know what you're getting yourself into. Let us move on to another one. Hey, let Ileana know that when she's done, she could just come in. She don't have to knock on the door or anything.
Try to get a good one.
What do you mean by a good one?
Those really weird ones that we get sometimes.
Those are not, those are a dime a dozen, or not a dime a dozen. They're rare for a reason.
Oh God.
All right, let's do this one. So, question and answer to have for a divorce consultation. Oh, this is going to be a stupid one. Okay, so just wondering what are some questions I should be asking about their practice, experience, etc., as well as what questions they might be asking me so I can have thoughtful responses throughout.
I can actually answer that on my paralegal perspective because
All right.
a lot of clients always ask me the same 3 questions. First question is, what's Mr. Serrato's areas of expertise? That's the very first one. Second question
All of it is my expertise.
I know.
I'm a litigator. I will go out and I will find the truth. I will be like a heat-seeking missile and focus in on the truth and win your effing case if you are on the side of truth. I'm kidding. Never mind.
Second question is how many years of practice he has. And then the third one is if he is admitted to the state bar, because I understand that maybe you're going to be like, oh, that's stupid. No, people, it's not stupid. I've known a handful of cases of attorneys that people hire, and then at the very end of the road where they have to go to court or something, oh, surprise, shocker. suspended license or not even admitted to the bar
Yeah,
or
I mean-
admitted to another bar that's not in the state, and then they can't litigate and then start sending somebody else, and then a lot of problems.
That happens every now and then, but it's not all that common where you're represented by a disbarred or defective attorney.
I mean, I've never told you, but a handful of people that have come to consult with you, they have told me the same question. So I'm like, wow. It's
Oh,
common then.
well, you should assume that your client or that your attorney is a licensed attorney.
Yeah, of course.
Easy to look them up on the bar.
That's what I always
Let me just
answer
say
to
this.
people.
If you're going through a divorce, you're trusting somebody with all of your assets, literally. You don't want an inexperienced
And your
attorney that's
kids.
just learning family law. You don't want to be bargain shopping for your divorce attorney, because what is going to come out of these orders is literally custody and visitation orders that is going to shape and mold the literal childhoods of your children. And they will last until they are grown up and there's nothing anybody could do about it. You get the wrong custody and visitation orders, it literally alters the course of their lives. 100%. Secondly, if you are entitled to reimbursements because of some stupid thing that the other side did, and your attorney's not smart enough to ferret that out because they have no experience and it's not on their radar, then you are costing yourself hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially. And so, look, there's a lot of things you could dick around with. I would not do it with family law. Make sure you have an attorney that is well versed. And look, you don't have to have them practicing for more than a couple of years to get the gist of it. You want somebody that is not lazy, because sometimes you don't want the 25-year plus attorney because they're lazy, because they think that they remember the law back from 1982. And they're not going to do any legal research. They're not going to do any more than the bare minimum. They've got it down to where they know how to wing it. And that's not what you want. You want somebody that is experienced enough to know the law just as well as anybody else, better than the judge, and has enough energy or wherewithal to get down with a legal fight if we have to. And the sweet spot where you're going to find that in attorneys is around years 7 to 20. Somebody that's been practicing for over 7 years, but less than 20, is got enough bulldog in him to get down and fight if we need to. And you're not going to get one over in terms of the law. We generally know the law at that point. That's who you want on your side. They can make it as smooth and simple as we can possibly make it. And at the same time, if they want to make it complicated, I know how to make it complicated. Hey, I'm going to need all of your financial records going back to the relevant time period. What's the relevant time period? Let's start with the marital period from 18 years ago. I want all of the documents. I want to see every contract that you've ever signed for any car dealership where you stated your income.
Every single state bank statement.
Now, we don't do that, but there's oftentimes younger attorneys that will play that game, and they don't know how to play it as well as more experienced attorneys will. And at the same time, more experienced attorneys know that they can do that, but won't, because it's a waste of time. So you got to get it in this sweet spot where you get an attorney that knows what they're doing, but has enough youth and vigor to put up a fight if they have to, but is not just going to do it for the sake of doing it. I literally we were just talking about this, a younger attorney that I went up against. He's been practicing for maybe a couple of years. His disadvantage with me was that he didn't trust what he didn't know. And when I would tell him things in negotiations with the case, he was very insecure about it. And he literally said stuff to me like, okay, but you've never litigated against a guy like me. It's like, oh, is that right, buddy? And then we did litigate the case. And I warned him, if you pursue this, your client is risking losing custody of the children. This is what's going to happen at the hearing. This is what the judge is going to say. And he thought, well, he just didn't trust what I was saying. And then afterwards at the hearing, by the time that hearing was done, he was literally telling the judge, Your Honor, please don't sanction my client. If anybody sanctioned me, it was my idea to go forward on this. And I told him after the hearing, when we had requested a trial, it's like, hey, I didn't want any of this. I told you about a month ago that this was going to happen, and you wanted to pursue this. And now we're here. And now I got a client that you severely pissed off with these frivolous allegations.
Exactly.
And you want me to convince him to drop his case against you when you just dragged him through all of this? This is your fault. And then, he just he learned a lesson. He learned a lesson.
Oh, and that's another thing. Try to find an attorney that goes with your personality. It's hard, but at the same time, it's easy.
I don't even know what the hell you meant by saying, but what are you talking about?
Well,
Somebody that meshes with your personality?
The matches, exactly. So what I mean is there's people that are pretty calm, they're pretty chill, and there's people that love to fight and play a good game. So generally, if you get the opposite of what you are, the relationship is going to clash a little bit. But if you get somebody that's in the same page as you are, generally you're going to get a good outcome. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't have to be friends with my clients. I'm generally not
I'm not
friends with them.
saying you have to be friends with them.
My personalities often don't match with them, but they need somebody like me to stop them from doing stupid things. For example, Jane Doe did a lot of stupid things that if she were sitting in my office, I would have sat her down on my couch.
That's the thing. I really do not think that attorney had the personality or the BALLS to be like, hey, put your ass down.
But
I'm
at the
gonna tell
same
you
time,
something.
I'm not sure that Jane Doe would have hired me just because of our clash of personalities. But she needed somebody like me to tell her not to do stupid things. And so you want somebody that is going to check you enough to prevent you from making bad decisions and litigations that's going to affect your case going forward. So I disagree on those grounds, but I know what you're trying to say. But in general, you want an attorney that's going to, you have to respect them enough to take their advice. If you're not going to take their advice, what are you paying them for?
That is true. If you're not going to respect their advice, then don't get an attorney. That's it. You're just going to waste your money.
All right. Let us move on to another one. Hey, where's Eliana with all of that? Could you check on her real quick? Because I got about 3 more to do. I'd rather not do them without her. Hey, Dominic, you want to do one?
Sure.
You don't want to. You're not trying to do this shit. Let's see. I have oh, this is the same one that we just did. All right, we're gonna move on from that one. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just waiting on my assistant to come back in, and Eliana, she's actually literally doing a court appearance right now, over the telephone. For what it's worth, Lulu says that she wants a confident, badass attorney. Hey, Lulu, you should define what is a badass attorney, because there's multiple definitions for that.
I think, what's his name? Harvey from Suits?
Oh, yeah, but okay, Harvey from Suits, that's not a real thing, man. There's no attorneys out there like that. Harvey Specter is a figment of some 24-year-old first-year attorney's vision of what a good attorney is. But Harvey Specter is not a real thing. Most attorneys don't look like that, for one. And it's not the case that you're just going to go and do the dramatic...
Are you guys talking about Harvey?
Oh, Dominic brought it up. Hey, shut the door so we don't get the echo, yeah? Okay. We're going to move on. Is she still doing her thing? She on hold? Yeah. All right. Well, she might not make it back. That's okay. I think you might like this one. Okay. So my husband and I are still together.
Me?
What?
You said I may like this one?
You know, your voice is so abrasive. Like I was like literally sitting here and like your voice, you said, me?
Where's my mouse when I need it?
It sounded like an alarm clock. What was that?
Oh, no.
It's all right, Melissa.
Of it. Uh-huh.
Okay. This lady needs financial advice from someone who's been through a divorce. All right.
Okay.
So my husband and I are still together, but I'm secretly looking into options of separating or filing for divorce at some point. We don't have the money for that. Yeah, it sucks. I'm not just talking about the money that it costs to obtain lawyers and file for divorce. I'm talking about splitting finances after divorce. So we got married 2 years ago. We got some work done to the house. Due to the cost of the wedding and home remodels, we're now in so much debt. Melissa, I talked to you about this. Why is your wedding so expensive? I remember when you were planning for your wedding, it was like, hey, I want like this chandelier with like the gold shavings.
Stop it!
And then you asked
You know
me,
what he called my decoration? A cabbage.
it looked like a freaking cabbage. We're like, what do you want to decorate with cabbages for?
Wait, no, you said cauliflower.
Cauliflower?
That's what you said.
Well, whatever I said. But the point was, like, you asked me how much I spent on my weddings. Like, I don't know, a couple grand.
Mm-hmm. That's what you said.
It's like, what? What? No, that is unacceptable. You got to spend at least
I did
50
not.
grand.
No,
You said something like
I did
that.
not.
Man.
I did not.
It's like, why would I
that.
spend $50,000? There's no way in hell I'm spending
I did
$50,000 on a
not
wedding.
say that. I was just inquiring because back then I was planning to do my civil ceremony, and it was really, really shocking to me how the hell venues here is so expensive. But no, I never said that you had to spend more than that.
Well, you were offended by the fact that I only spent like a couple grand.
Because everything on your behalf looks so nice and so cute. That's why I was shocked.
Nobody gives a shit what you look like on your wedding day. You ain't gonna look like that in 5 years anyway. Yeah,
That's
I
why
said it. Yeah, I said it.
That's why I take the damn pictures. That's why I like cute pictures.
I mean, the photographers and the decorations and all. No, whatever. Anyway, this lady gets married. They're in so much debt now because they
That's
wanted
what
to
she's
look
saying.
cute on her wedding.
No, and then she said remodels on a home as well.
All right,
So
but that
two
goes
things.
into appreciation of the house. So the wedding loan is strictly the wedding loan.
Oh, she took a loan for her wedding.
If you have to take out a loan
no.
for a wedding,
Don't do it.
That's just dumb. It's strictly in my husband's name. Well, but it's community property, I assure you. We both work. Well, it may or may not be community property, depending on the date that the loan was taken out. But I'm sure they're going to commingle funds and transmute it. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but it essentially means that they're both on the hook for the loan. It doesn't matter whose name is on it.
I've been working with you for 5 years. I know what that is.
Well, I would hope so. So we both work. Husband makes about $30,000 more per year. We're living paycheck to paycheck, and I don't know if either one of us can make it on our own. You can. I promise you can. Both of you can. You'll be fine. Do they have children, does she say?
She hasn't mentioned children as of now.
So I consolidated my debt last year, but it ruined my credit. It's slowly starting to build back up, but it's going to take time to get back to what it was. What? Oh. He saw my success with the debt consolidation and recently did the same. Now his credit score is decreasing and will remain low for at least 1 year. My name is not on the house deed or the mortgage. I'm paying for half of it. I've asked my husband to add my name, but he hasn't. I don't care about getting the house or any part of it. I just want to walk away. We still owe so much on the mortgage, and I know I couldn't afford the mortgage bill on my own.
I'm trying to think about why she's considering divorce. She hasn't said anything.
That's her business. If she doesn't want to talk about it, she's not asking whether or not she should get divorced. She is. So are there any recommendations? Do I wait this out, build credit back up, get finances in order, find an apartment I can afford? We have a toddler together. There we go.
Yeah, there's a chick.
I know how child support works, but I don't want to get into that today. I don't know if this would be a split custody agreement. Of course it would be a split custody agreement. I don't know if either of us can afford child support. It doesn't matter who could afford it or not. That all would have to be figured out, and it will be. I just don't know where to begin. So,
Earl, are you sure you want to do this?
I need a Ileana on this one. But for starters, why don't you just sell the house and split the equity? That'll give you guys both peace of mind on the debt, assuming there's equity in the house. Just sell it and split it. There's usually equity in the house. I've seldom came into contact with community residences that were void of equity unless somebody took out like an equity loan on the house or something like that. To the extent that you haven't done that, then sell the house, take the equity, and pay off your community debts, which would include the stupid wedding loan. I bet you're regretting that one now. I bet you they looked really cute for their wedding too. Cabbages all over the place. Cauliflowers on the ceilings and on the centerpieces. I bet you they had like a really nice tux, and she had like the bridesmaid's dress from that movie, the one from France that was personally stitched by that guy or whatever.
Oh my God.
And now they're getting a divorce 2 years later. Here's my take on these people.
I do agree with you. Wedding loans are stupid. They're plain on stupid. That's it. They're stupid.
Well, they don't have much marital equity to speak of. They've only got married 2 years ago. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that this lady's probably in her 20s. Doesn't have any business getting married to anybody. She's treating this as if it's a
toddler means
roommates.
2?
She's got a toddler.
No.
What?
Shine some light on me. Toddler means 2.
Oh, like between the ages of 4 and 3 and 1.5,
okay,
maybe.
so this kid was born before they were married.
Maybe, or they might have been during. Well, the kid is community property. Either way, it doesn't matter. Child support, there's not going to be any alimony. It's only a 2-year marriage. He's going to pay some child support, assuming that you are the primary parent, and we don't have that
We don't have that yet.
worked out just yet. But look, I think when I read this, it makes me angry that she got herself in this, because she very clearly had an idea of what marriage was, much like you were when you were 25, 26 years old, when you're trying to shop for cauliflower decorations. And she was reckless enough to take out a wedding loan for the decorations, because this is going to be the big memorable day. It's going to be the stuff you're going to post on Instagram, all the while not understanding that you were devoting your entire person to this other person, attaching to them, not for the Instagram moments, but the moments where they're at their worst. You know your husband, and you've seen him at his worst, and you've seen him at his best. And right now you see him, and he's a young man, and you know he's probably better than he'll ever look right now. Right now, maybe. I mean, I don't know. He's not getting any younger is my point. You're the same way. In 10 years, you're going to be 40 years old. You're going to be well past the expiration date. And then you're going to feel a certain way about it. And look, I'm 43. It's okay. We get older. It happens.
Everybody ages.
Yeah. My point is that if you're for people that are getting married for these Instagram photo shoots, the inevitable truth about it is all of those things are going to fade. And guess what? 2 years ago, nobody's doing that shit anymore. As far as whatever designs and styles were in fashion 2 years ago, it's completely shifted. And so this person had no business getting married to begin with. And I know that I'm probably speaking out of turn. And I don't know how old she is. But it's probably the best thing that she could possibly do is divorce this guy and do it quickly. Because I just don't see this getting any better. Look, she has adultery written all over her, because there's going to be a moment in her marriage, whether it's now or whether it's 5 years from now or 8 years from now, where she's going to be like, you know, I'm just so bored with this. You don't pay me any attention. You're not looking at me the same way. You're not doing this and that. And, you know, she's going to give herself permission to entertain other people. Maybe he will too.
Entertain other people.
I mean, I know I'm speaking out of turn on her. I don't know anything about this guy.
No,
He's
I just love
probably
the
young
phrase
himself. Entertaining other people, and that's going to turn into something else. And then next thing you know, she's going to have claimed that she got married for all of the wrong reasons, and you know she's suffocated by her marriage, and it got me into so much debt, and we have all of these marital problems, and you know it's already headed that way. Get the divorce, do it now, sell the house, split it, pay off your debts. Get a fresh start, figure out a parenting plan. I don't know. I just don't see this getting any better. Of all of these that we've done that are the most grim, for whatever reason, I read this and I feel like this is pretty bad. Not worth saving. I know she didn't ask me that. It was a financial thing, but the finances are the easy part of it. What would you say to her? What do you think about all that, Melissa?
I don't know. Well, she hasn't disclosed the reasons why she's getting divorced, and she doesn't have to, like you said. I mean, that's her personal business.
Do you think that I'm right about my assessment of whether or not
Divorcing now?
she was, well, about my description of her and what's going to happen in the future? You got friends. You got people that are in this exact scenario right now. You just had a whole bachelorette party with a bunch of, somebody thought that they were hooking up with an actual athlete. It's like, that guy doesn't even play. It's all anonymous. Don't. Oh, my goodness gracious. I will take your silence as a sign to move on. Oh. I was using a hypothetical. I'm making fun of Melissa for lots of things.
For going on a trip with my friends when he said I was super old to do that. It's like, what do you think you are, 20?
Well, it wasn't that. It was like you're going on a bachelorette thing.
Hey, my fiance went to his bachelorette last year. He went to Ireland 2 weeks. I just did 1 week.
No, what's fair is fair. I get it. I get it.
Sorry.
There's nothing wrong with it.
When he said he was going, I was like, okay, but now I have one on you. And you can't say no.
And he didn't, to his credit. You got to give him a lot of credit for that. You let him go and he let you go. And so, all I'm saying is, I have, I've said too much. Let us move on. This is why I need Ileana in here. She keeps me in check. She don't let me go off on these tangents. Oh, how we doing in the chat, Dominic?
We're good. We got a little mix of people. Some people are still behind watching the other
The other case?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
We have 2 more or 3
Yeah,
more?
this has been a long live stream. How long have we been on for?
4 hours and 22
Oh
minutes.
my God. I think this has been the longest. Has it?
It has.
It's already going to be 2 o'clock. We're going to wrap this up.
Yes. We have time for one more?
Yeah, let's do one more. So I'm planning to leave my abusive husband without knowing him. Oh, without him knowing. Is it possible to get a divorce without ever having contact with him? The only assets we have together is a joint bank account. I'm wondering if I can just take myself off that account without his permission. I just want to leave and never have anything to do with him, like no contact at all. The answer to that is no. No. If it's that bad, you got to start with the restraining order.
Yes and no.
Make sure there's no contact. You got to serve him with the divorce. He's going to know about it regardless. And so if you think that that's going to cause an issue, hey, Ileana, come on back in.
Super lawyer.
Are you all done with your thing?
Yes.
Oh, do you got to take off or are you going to come back in? Oh,
Get you.
It's been since 10 a.m.
no, you're good. You're free to jump. We're doing one more, and then we're going to wrap up.
I only have 2 donuts in my system.
That's 2 more than I have, just so you're aware.
You guys.
All right, Ileana, you have a good one.
Bye.
We will just edit moment this one out, I guess. All right. So to answer her question, he's gonna have to get served with the divorce. That's gonna set off things. I'd imagine this is what she's worried about. So she should just get the restraining order to protect herself.
I would do the restraining order first.
Well, yeah, and then file a divorce. But once you do that, there's going to be an automatic temporary restraining order against moving assets. So you can't just take money out of the account. There's some exceptions for necessities of life. To the extent that you're going to argue that, then fine. But yeah, you can't just have a no contact divorce. You can, but not without him knowing about it and responding and having because of due process and all of those
The
things.
only no contact divorces I've had, and this is what I think about no contact, is when clients come to us and they're like, I don't want to have to do anything with that person, you handle it. So everything goes through us and that person, and if that person gets an attorney, through us and the other person's attorney, without the parties ever contacting each other. That's what I understand from a no contact. But like just disappearing and then getting divorced without him ever knowing, no.
Yeah,
no,
he's going to
honey,
know
no.
that there's a divorce going on.
Exactly, whether you like
But
it or
no,
not.
you don't have to talk to him.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, you're going to have to file for the divorce. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for 4.5 hours.
This has been the longest.
I think it's time to wrap up.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I asked them if we started Patreon, what they would want to see, and they said bloopers and like murder mystery stuff.
Murder
So
mysteries.
if you want to put out like a poll on your channel, you can do that. Really.
Hey guys,
Guys, listen to me. I've been trying to get Omar to do murder cases and like criminal cases from outside of the United States, because there are plenty in Mexico and Colombia, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Canada. There's so many that I cannot even count. So if you guys want that, also put that in the comments.
Totally. we'll be looking for. No, I know what you mean. Maybe we're gonna formulate a Patreon. We're gonna figure out what we're gonna have to put. We're gonna need a lot of feedback as far as what I'm automatically thinking is maybe we're gonna do some live streams that are not hosted on YouTube. I got to figure out how we're going to do that or not. There's definitely going to be videos that I'll put on the Patreon. Of course, there'll be like links to all the stuff that we uncover, stuff that, I wouldn't normally put on the YouTube channel, but it'll be something similar to that. It'll be good. I don't know. Dave Neal has like shirts about Fiverr with lawyers on donkeys and stuff that people are interested in. Maybe we'll do stuff like that, but we'll do something. But with that, I have to leave you guys.
We have to wrap up.
My voice is going. My brain is going. I'm exhausted. But hey, thank you guys so much. It was so much fun with you guys today, and I enjoyed reading all of your comments. I'm probably going to go back and see what I missed, maybe tomorrow. The edited version of this show will be produced by Dominic. It's going to be up maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday at noon. I don't know. It depends on Dominic's editing skills. If you're interested in Dominic producing any of your stuff, Dominic's going to leave a link to contact him so that he can make sure that you are properly produced. Other than that, I love you guys. And